Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe a break. Boy, you're my weakness. Give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. You got me feeling some type of way. You make me wanna stay in all day. You're the reason I can't get out my head. I just can't stop thinking about you. 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 I just can't stop thinking about you.
Cover me in colors I can only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you. I try my best to fight it, can't deny it. Touches diamonds, and you're probably the reason that I'm so messed up too. I can't stop it, it's ugly but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Could count the ways you drive me so insane, but when you call I still fall back into your game. Play the game, play the game. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time that someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love then I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Hands are in my denim, but your heart's not with them. Tearing up the thought of all the pieces missing. And I try to know better, to know it's worse. I swear I'm cursed, 'cause I know you're bad for me, but it makes no difference. No, no, I can't stop it, it's ugly but honest. Got me tripping for the way you say my name, say my name, say my name. Wrong can still be right. People wanna tell me all the time that someday my prince will come, but if this ain't love then I don't want it. See with you, I'd be better with another,
every season till the end of the world. Every moment, all the memories unfurl. I was chasing the shadows, they were slipping right out of my hands, but I lingered. Now I know where I stand. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. You wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Every heartbeat when I need you like this. Well, it's alright, 'cause it's you that I miss. We were headed for greatness, we were flying for once in our lives, to the heavens, to the crystal blue skies. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. You wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Well, it's all yeah, it's alright. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. You wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. You wanna do right by me in all we are facing. Yeah, you wanna do right by you. Call it amazing. Hey, call it
If you ever feel alone, 'cause yeah, sometimes we'll feel alone. In a second, I'll be right there. Turn around, let it rain. Turn around and let it rain on me. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. Don't jump into that car tonight. I'm not leaving without a fight. Now you're always on my mind. Turn around, hold me tight. Turn around and we will be alright. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go.
just don't want this moment to end.
Baby, why you gotta go?
Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end.
Another broken plate, another called off date. We never seem to get it right. Another heart attack, words that we can't take back. We are the reason opposites attract. Once you slam the door on the second floor, I regret it all. When I think it through, I can't help the way I feel for you. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Stuck in an endless fight like every night. It still feels right. Even the words can sting. I wanna change a thing, 'cause without you everything means nothing. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Sitting there by the phone, hoping you'll answer yours. Baby, let's talk until we're fine. You've been in bed for days, empty without me, you say. Can't you just magically turn up in mine? Then you knock on my door on the second floor, and I feel okay. We just made it through, and I love the way I feel for you. Baby, you make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Stuck in an endless fight like every night. It still feels right. Even the words can sting. I wanna change a thing, 'cause without you everything means nothing. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Oh yeah, still feels right. 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 Oh yeah. We never get it right, but somehow it feels right. We never get it right, but it still feels right. We never get it right, but somehow it feels right. That's how I feel about you. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Stuck in an endless fight like every night. It still feels right. Even the words can sting. I wanna change a thing, 'cause without you everything means nothing. You make me lose my mind like all the time. It still feels right. Oh time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Feel your hands, the way you're touching me around my neck. Got chills down my back, you do it right. The way you're holding me, no, I don't want this moment to stop. No need to fight it, I cannot hide it. We won't regret it, so come with me, maybe we're meant to be. A perfect melody, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. We're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. I can't get enough. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Can't get enough. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into...
Siege family, I welcome you with open arms to what is set to be a day for the history books. It's day 2 of the SI qualifier for 2021. One last spot remains for Europe, and with a best of 5 ahead of us, we'll crown the team that will be making it there live in the flesh to do some damage. Of course, yesterday, through the trials and tribulation of bracket play, we lost 2 teams, Na'Vi and Secret, both exiting stage left and leaving the competition and leaving a gap in many fans' hearts. But the fire rages on for both Tempra and MKERS that have put themselves into a pivotal position. Italy versus France is the game we're having tonight. It's a best of 5 and it's certainly set to be a delight. But what is delightful are the 2 boys that are going to be joining me. They need crowns for the commentary they pulled out yesterday because they were living it like kings. Let me have a good look at them. I want to see X and demo.
Hello, Jackie. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are back once again for day number 2 and our final day.
Man, it's going to be a good one. It is set to be an incredible day. Demo, are you refreshed? Are you coming back in like Void did, straight to bed, ready for the games?
Still sad about Na'Vi, obviously. But, I mean, it's still going to be a good day nonetheless.
No, absolutely. I mean, if it's anything remotely like what we had yesterday, right, it should be star-studded the whole way through. So many clutches, so many ridiculous rounds. I don't know how you kept up with it all, boys, if I'm honest with you.
It was quick and sharp. I think there were so many rounds that came down to dying second, last second clutches, and they weren't all one way. You know, it was a fun. I mean, the second game in particular, in terms of closeness, see all maps in the best of three, to get to see a couple of overtimes sprinkled into the mixture as well, just to really keep us on the edge of our seats. I'm sure we've got some replays now that we're going to see, but Secret put up a fantastic fight, but ultimately Tempra just a little bit too much in their tank in terms of clutch factor.
Yeah, it was crazy. We asked, obviously, when I spoke to Foy, I was like, look, in terms of skill ceiling, we had some of the most clutches we've seen throughout a game of Siege, probably throughout the entirety of 2020. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Demo.
It's been quite the tournament so far. I mean, I think that Secret Tempra game, you cannot call how close it really was. So many rounds that could have went the other direction. We could have been sat with a completely different scoreline, a different team perhaps. Literally anything could have happened in that Secret Tempra game.
Anything, man. It was down to the wire so many times. Also, can we just talk about the amount of overtimes we had yesterday? What was it, like 3 overtimes throughout the games? 1 in the first series, 2 in the second? Just crazy, Ollie.
Yeah, and it's testament to the level of competition I think that we've got inside of this qualifier as well. You know, let's not make any bones about it. We're fighting for a 6th invitational spot here. It is the biggest tournament in Siege. It's a stage that every single player really wants to play on. It's what a lot of people pin their hopes and dreams on. So it makes a lot of sense, really, that the games were that close and that we saw so much passion on the line. And you know today that we're going to be seeing that passion again.
If you did miss out on yesterday as well, firstly, definitely go back and catch the VOD. Not right now, because you've got an even better best of 5 that's coming up, but later on, I assure you won't regret it. But we can get you up to speed, as we do have the bracket to take a look at, and we can at least get you up to catch with what went down yesterday. The 2 semi-finals that were played out. We'll start off with the opening one we had, Na'Vi taking on MKERS, that ended in a 2-0, but not in the way we thought it would, did it, Demo?
No. We all pitched Na'Vi to win that series. I think, obviously, being the professional team, you would expect them to beat this tier 3 team that has just came out of the blue and has just stomped everyone. And MKERS have done it again. MKERS have beaten another professional team. That makes it 3 for them. They beat Rogue, they beat Chaos, and they beat Na'Vi. We've never seen anything like this before. And we could see them beat another one today.
They very well could. And in the second semi-final we had Tempra 2-1. That at least going to the third and final map, Ollie. A little bit of a closer affair, but still, Tempra, they picked it up. They shut down Secret. That game was just ridiculous.
It really was, you know, and we kind of build the second game as there was no opportunity for an upset because neither team was much of an underdog. Both very much capable, both professional teams, seeing them both play inside of EUL. We had a bit of a firmer idea of what we were going to see. And it wasn't necessarily an upset, but it was a bit of an upset because Secret looked fantastic. They looked like they were going to take it, and then all of a sudden Tempra just came in with that flair and that passion that they've shown us oh so many times.
Oh, man. And passion was out in full force yesterday. I was lucky enough to obviously have a word with both of the boys from both Tempra and MKERS. And you could see, you could cut through it with a knife. It was that thick how much passion was in the air. And rightly so. We are in an amazing position here today. And it's going to be awesome that we get to watch this best of 5. 1 game remains. That's it. It's just down to the next 5 maps to decide who's taking the last spot for EU. You are basically a stone's throw away from the 6th Invitational. There's got to be so much going into this demo tonight.
For both teams, this is everything. I mean, let's talk about MKERS first of all. We've never seen anything like this in Siege history. This is incredible. We are witnessing greatness right now. Never before in qualifiers have we seen a tier 3 team just come out of nowhere and make it to this stage, let alone qualify. Closest to that was Force, which is now known as Virtus Pro, but even then they were still inside of Challenger League, well, they qualified for at the time, so this is definitely different to that. For MKERS, man, we've seen the interview with Torek. I mean, the passion. They know how much this means to them as an Italian community. Same way that we would say exactly the same about British side. You know, you look at us, our passion whenever Na'Vi won the Japan finals. Exactly the same for them. This is everything because there has never been an Italian side who has had this great of an opportunity before.
and they have been grasping this opportunity with both hands. You can see the amount of dedication that's gone into it. I think one of the crazy points that was raised yesterday when we spoke to Torok was the fact that he was saying how young this roster is really with some of the actual player ages. The amount of pressure that's got to be on them, Ollie. You know, you're in the SI qualifier, you're going into a best of 5 now, from nationals to potentially the global stage. How are they even coping with this?
It is a lot to take in. It's a lot to deal with. I think one of the comments that he made was, do we have one player that was sort of 18 3 months ago or something like that? Not a lot of time really to be establishing himself even inside of, you know, that many competitive games. How many competitive games can you fit into a couple of months? You know, you can fit in a load of scrims because you can obviously scrim underage, but you can't fit that many competitive games in. There's only so many of those to go around, so it's fantastic to see them being able to get up there, and I think that they're probably in, again, a very dangerous position. It's the same kind of storyline we built yesterday, and that is that Makers are in that situation where they've got as far as they were ever hoping to go, and hopefully for them they're going to get to go a little bit further. There's probably not a lot of pressure on their shoulders because there isn't that much expectation in reality, and they're just really pleased to be playing some of the best Siege of their lives at this point.
I guess the caveat to that as well, right, is obviously the only team that had previously beaten them was Secret, and they've gone. So is this potentially the biggest chance they've got, Demo? Could we see an Italian team making their way to SI tonight?
I am on the fence of saying we might. No, but yes, we might. I'm over the fence. I'm over the hedge. I think Makers may be up for a bit of a scrap, and I think they're ready for it.
Oh, I like this new Demo. He's got the jacket on, he's got the pins on, and he is ready to give it. This is what I'm about.
Vigil troller, so I must be trolling today with these predictions. So,
mate, you're just roaming us to victory. That's all it is. You're a hard carry. But will the opponents of Makers be a hard carry side tonight? Because, of course, it's not just one team that will be in the server. They're facing off against Tempra, the French side that, well, it didn't seem like they were keeping their tempers in check yesterday because they were pulling out some crazy aggressive rounds, Ollie.
Yeah, it was a joy to watch. You've got to give an honourable mention to Voy. I think, did we see 22, 23 kills, something like 22. That? Really gunning for the record. Just so much passion throughout the board. Shinka as well, probably one of the biggest clutches that you'll ever see over on Oregon. And it's, you know, you can start to narrow a game down. Once you've seen the whole game and you've seen the whole series go out, you can look back over it and you can say what was a really important pivotal point. That 3k clutch from Shinka probably did a lot for Tempra at that moment in time because it was still on a bit of a knife edge. Secret, they were getting a couple of rounds back. There was every chance that they were going to take Oregon in the series, and all of a sudden Shinka comes out of nowhere, 3k, Tempra firing all cylinders, and it was pretty plain sailing from that point onwards. So some huge plays, Derza as well, Chaoxis, everybody playing the part.
I suppose the one scary issue is, of course, like yesterday, I think it's fair to say a lot of the rounds they won that were very influential were won off the back of individual skill. It was across both sides, though. Secret, effectively, it seemed like they had to match that level of energy. Is that sustainable, though, Demo? Is that something we're going to see again tonight? Or if they're not hitting the mark, if they come out a little bit sluggish, could this be where they drop maps?
I mean, it's an interesting comparison to make across both teams. I feel that every single player that we're going to be seeing will perform. You look at yesterday, I mean, everyone from Makers, we can't really pick we probably could pick a standout, but everyone had their moments. Right. You can say the exact same about Tempra. I know we're saying about Voy, but Voy didn't carry, the entire series. We've seen Chaoxis step up big on Coastline. Obviously, Shinka himself. Derza, I think, played really well. So there's a good mix of everyone putting in a shift.
I know you mentioned Coastline there as well, right? We've got it in both series. Coastline, it had some great plays. Genuinely, I really enjoyed the 2 games of Coastline we got to watch yesterday. They were spectacles. In terms of tonight's best of 5, though, this is going to test you. It's a lot more that goes into it, right? Potentially 5 maps that might be played out. In terms of energy, it can be grueling. But in terms of actual map knowledge and having that expansive map pool, it's all going to be tested. Do you feel like this could be outright won in the veto potentially, Ollie? Or is this more of a level playing field for both teams?
I think it's going to be relatively level for both teams, but something to take into consideration is, of course, that Tempra, they were put through the mill yesterday. They had a really hard time of things. They played all 3 maps in the best of 3. They saw 2 overtimes. They played a lot of Siege yesterday. Makers played a good deal of Siege, but not as much as Tempra. They finished earlier, and they were able to sit back, relax, and watch the second game coming on through. Now, that's got to count for something when you're moving into something as big as a best of 5. Have Makers had a little bit more time to prepare? Potentially. Have Makers had a little bit more time to rest, R&R, and just overall chill out over the evening? Quite possibly. Does that do only bad things for Tempra? Not necessarily, because they could still be riding off a little bit of momentum. They have come off the back of a big series. We're dealing with professional players that are used to going at it tooth and nail for multiple hours. You know, don't make any bones about it. These guys scrim a hell of a lot, and they love playing Siege, so they're certainly not afraid of a long day of Siege. But there's definitely a balance to be found there, and there's certainly a bit of a question, I think, in terms of, you know, what the sort of stamina on both of these teams is going to start looking like as we get to the sharper end of tonight.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, a best of 5, it tests you in all regard. It really can be one of the biggest pinnacles of a playing career. So for both of these teams, it's going to be exciting stuff. Demo, if we start to get into this now and figure out where exactly we're going with this battle that's ahead of us, what are we looking at? Is there any predictions here in terms of maps we're not expecting to see tonight?
Well, obviously, we're going to be seeing 5 out of the 7. We get a ban and then pick the rest, obviously.
Yeah.
If I'm hedging my bets, I expect to see an Oregon ban from MKERS. I think that might come out, and I think Tempra might go for a club ban. Again, really could go anywhere, you know, with a lot more different maps, trying to go for one single ban out of them. But if I'm hedging away, I think we might see probably the Oregon and Clubhouse be banned away. Consulate first picked. Haven't seen Consulate yesterday at all. Excited to see how that one's going to play.
Yeah, I think you were saying it was actually one of the most banned maps throughout the qualifier, right?
Played once. It was only played once.
Wow. Okay, so that could really be a bit of spice thrown in to get you woken up early in the morning. Bit of Cajun pepper to kick us off then with Consulate coming in. We'll start to work our way through this. I'm tantalised, honestly. I think this is going to be a brilliant best of 5. It looks like we're going from Consulate straight into Cafe.
It's got to be a good pick, that, from MKERS.
That's a very good pick.
Yeah, they did great on Cafe yesterday. Well, I say great, it was 7-8. So, you know, Navi certainly had a fighting chance, and it was one of the it was the closer game of the 2 out of that series. But MKERS obviously proving that they've got a little bit more to show over on Cafe, and maybe a bit of a bold choice to go to a map that they played yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they're still cooking with the same level of gas they had yesterday. First ban coming in as well, and we're getting rid of Theme Park. So that's actually been thrown to the wayside, Demo.
Yeah, surprised with that one. If you look at both teams, you would think Tempra have the deeper map pool with the maps that you play. Theme Park isn't played a whole too lot, and I doubt MKERS would be, you know, well refined in that. I think, you know, they're kind of sticking to the maps that they like to go for, you know, the more run and gun type of playstyle. I thought Tempra would have left that in. I thought they would have removed Clubhouse, where Tempra, shaky on Clubhouse. MKERS, on the other hand, throughout their qualifiers, very good on Clubhouse. So a little bit surprising to see that get slipped through. Now I'm curious to see what MKERS want to go for the ban. Maybe an Oregon? Yeah. I think the Oregon's a good pickup for them. Tempra looked pretty good in Oregon. MKERS also banned it first against Navi yesterday, so I think it's a map that MKERS don't want to go near.
No, yeah, it makes sense, right? And I think actually as well, we saw MKERS being willing to go to Theme Park if necessary yesterday in their series, right? So it's not too far-fetched. So getting rid of that could benefit them. We'll see. We'll see what the third map's going to be here as well. Based off that, we'll know what our opening spread is. Villa, Ollie.
Yeah, Villa coming in there, Tempra, good pick. Again, it falls into that category of, you know, a bit more of a structured map, maybe. And I'm quite excited at the prospect of these last 2 bans, because if this does go all the way, and this does end up on something like, let's say, a coastline, it could be quite interesting indeed.
It would be tasty, man. Both of the coastline games we had yesterday were outrageous. If we can get that in there, it would be huge. And it's the decider. So we're actually Clubhouse straight into coastline as the 5th and final map if we need it. You imagine that as a series end Demo. That's a Christmas present right there, surely.
I have a feeling we'll see Clubhouse. Don't know if we'll see coastline, though. I have a feeling we'll see it, but we'll see how it plays out. That Consulate, though, may be the way this series plans out. If Tempra take it and they go that 1-0, I think Tempra might have a 2-0 lead. Going into, if we get to third map, I think they might have a 2-0 lead. Then, if we see MKERS take that first map, we could be on for a clean sweep.
Okay. Well, based off that, if I've got to do a good Gangstar impression and put the squeeze on you, who would you go for prediction-wise? I'll start off with you, Ollie. Who are you imagining takes this?
You see, this is very unfair because we have to give our predictions before we get to see the map bans. And, you know, the map bans in a best of 5... It doesn't mean all too much. What we're really looking at there is the order of maps and what sort of teams can drag momentum through. I gave my prediction earlier on as MKERS. I would love to see them make it all the way. I think it's a nice Cinderella story. It's a really good advertisement for Siege and to get involved in Tier 3. So I think that I've got to back MKERS.
Demo, you sticking to your guns? Are you going to make a last-minute switch?
No, I think all of us are a good sucker for a Cinderella story. So obviously we have to go with MKERS.
Absolutely. I think all three of us have chosen Makers to take this one. It would be a huge result for them. You've got to think about the level of passion as well. Torok yesterday, it was crazy to see how much energy was coming out of him, essentially saying that they're not a team, they're more akin to a family. And it looked that way. They did look like brethren on the server, but they need to cause some bloodshed tonight. It's a best of 5. One series left tonight, one spot as well. That's all that is up for grabs for the European Siege scene to see who is going to SI. It's going to be a hell of a day. And if you want your say, you want to get involved, you think we're all wrong, and tell us why, head on over to Twitter, #6invitational, full blast, send it all in. I'll review it whilst the game's going on. I want to see what you got to say about it because it's set to be a juicy situation. You can follow us as well on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, of course, to stay up with all the latest and greatest in Siege Esports. You might as well. It's going to be a brilliant time. And honestly, boys, I'm just excited. We're so close towards this one now. It's going to be a crazy day. Yesterday was popping. Is there potential today's going to be even better, Ollie?
There's all that potential, Jackie. You know, we built yesterday, it was almost a bit like a box of chocolates. We didn't really know what we were going to get, particularly out of Makers. Now to have them in our finals day as well, it just makes that box of chocolates even bigger. It's like the milk tray where you've had the first layer and you realise you can actually take that first layer out. There's a little bit of foam and there's a second layer underneath. And that's what we're into now. We're into that juicy second layer that you didn't realise you were going to get. That really is what today feels like.
Oh, the double chocolate. You always get excited off the back of the double chocolate, mate. There's never a dull moment with the old 2-time chocolate. Demo, is this looking like chocolates to you or something a little bit more spectacular?
I'm a little bit worried for Makers now because I know that we have been all in agreement with matches and predictions. We got both of them wrong. We said Navi would win and we said Secret would win. So now I feel as if we may have done them dirty. That's how I feel.
Potentially. Our prediction game has been doing some damage, it seems. So maybe this is the one time we break our own curse. Instead, It'll be a little bit of magic. You never know. A lot of it does just come down, of course, to the stallions of Makers to pop off tonight. And I think they showed that they do have a lot of power. Sustainability is the one big question, though. They were able to shut down Na'Vi in a 2-0. Although close games, a lot less energy being exuded. Over the course of a best of 5... it could be a bit too much. I feel like there is always that potential issue, right, where they run out of steam. Based off what we're seeing here, Ollie, do you think they're going to actually have enough to keep going with this? Or could Tempra come in and have the better tempo?
I think the Makers have got to be careful to distribute that energy wisely. Not maybe throw too much into the first map, not maybe throw too much into the second map. Hopefully they didn't throw too much into, mini celebrations last night for getting into the final and have got a bit of a laser focus on where they want to be, because that's something that, you can see it come through, and it can be seen in the gameplay as well when you're just like, this team just isn't quite as sharp as it was yesterday. They may be thinking that it's already over the line, and I'm sure that isn't going to be the case. I'm sure that Makers come out and give us a solid performance like we saw yesterday, but there's always that possibility, there's always that potential for that energy to be wrongly distributed and it just to come out a little bit lackluster in the end.
Man. One of the things I wanted to ask as well, Demo, because we all had a bit of a chat about it before we went live today, sort of discussing the storylines that were coming into today's show and why this is such an influential matchup. Mm-hmm. And you had a piece about Makers, and it was really beautiful to hear of just how much is going into this game for them and how much historically it could mean for the Siege scene. I didn't know if you'd want to share that.
I mean, Italy as a region have had moments. I mean, we've seen End Gaming, who were then Makers. It was more the sloppy roster. If you obviously a lot of people know who Sloppy is inside of the Siege community. That's really all we've seen from Italy. We have never seen this before. This is ungodly what we are witnessing. Makers have just pulled out win after win after win, kills after kills after kills, clutches after clutches after clutches. Right now, Makers are challenging these T1 teams, and right now, they are on the glimpse of glory.
And glory has to be gory. It's got to look like a Quentin Tarantino movie if they want to win this one, because it's a best of 5. We are just waiting. We're getting some small issues remedied behind the scenes, getting all of our players into the lobby and making sure it's as smooth as possible, because we're one game away from SI. We can't rush this. We can't speed it up a little bit. We'll give them some time to get themselves sorted out, and then we'll step into the game. Just for anyone that's going, casters, please start game. Don't worry. We all want to as much as possible. I don't think any of us really want to wait for this one, do we, Ollie?
No, we've waited quite a long time at this point. We've had a hell of a bracket. We had a hell of a day yesterday in the semi-finals, and now it really is time to get stuck into these finals and really give one of these teams the biggest Christmas present they're ever going to get in locking them in to SI 2021.
It would be huge. It would be such a result. I think as well, we've given a lot of stock over to MKERS. In terms of Tempra, what are you thinking there, Demo? Is, in terms of them actually forging their own identity outside of the Pro League and being able to show off what they can do as a squad, is this a make or break type situation for them?
There is a part of me that really wants Tempra to win this, because I feel that ever since Tempra made their way into EUL, they've never really been considered a challenger. And that must really suck for the guys at Tempra. They've worked so hard. We've seen their run inside of CL. They made it to EUL. They put in the hard work. They got their reward. But still, no one ever considered them, a threat. Someone that you should look and think, oh, they could be on for this. It's just Tempra. That's all it is. They can't be known as the French side. There's BDS for that. That's the way Tempra must look at it is, oh, what are we known for? I think Tempra, for them right now, this is where they can forge their identity and can make a real stamp for Six Invitational.
We'll see if they can forge themselves in the flame. It's a best of 5 and it is about to kick off. Italy versus France. Tempra versus MKERS. It is going to be sick. One team left to go to SI. Boys, get into this one.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Let's jump in now to this best of 5 finals. We've got two fantastic teams facing off against each other for you guys to watch at home today. We've got MKERS versus Tempra. Our first fighting ground is going to be Consulate. Not a map that we've seen all too much throughout the course of this bracket, and I'm wondering, Demo, now we're going to find out for why.
Yeah, Consulate, my personal favourite map that we see inside of the competitive pool, but a lot of teams throughout the closed qualifiers opting to ban it. It has been banned a total of 14 times and picked only once, and the team that did pick it was actually Secret. They went to Consulate, so that's been the only time. And Secret actually lost that 7-4, so... The thing about Consulate for me is that the bans, I think, they're very different compared to a lot of the other maps that we see, and... well, look at this. Look at this for the first set of bans that we're seeing. That is unheard of.
It's not every day you see an Iana ban. And it's not every day that you see a Nomad make her merry on way through into Consulate, and coupled with a Valkyrie. I mean, you've got no point.
This is wild.
These guys obviously want to watch the world burn. Nomad available, Valkyrie available. Iana banned. Can only think that's maybe a bit of a target ban as well. We spoke heavily yesterday about throwables and grenades. And it seems as though Iana is being targeted for that reason. Ace being removed as well forces us back into a slightly older meta shift, as Gemini is going to be forced to pick out onto the Thermite there.
So looking at the bans, Ace ban, it's a hard breach. Hard breach isn't that much of an issue for defenders to deal with. Really, the basement is like the only time we see the hard breach be really utilized. Everything else is fairly run-of-the-mill of window play that we'll see from the attackers if they go in towards the top floor, go in towards the mid floor as well. Iana is a bit of a strange one. There was a great deal of Void on the Iana, which did, I think, have a really good showing against Secret on that operator on Oregon. So, I mean, if MKERS want to try and go for that target ban, then by all means go for it. The smoke ban may seem weird for a lot of people, and yes, it is a little bit weird, but MKERS, they've been known to ban smoke. Throughout their closed qualifiers, they banned smoke 3 times in their maps. So, smoke ban for MKERS, it's not really a surprise, and I'll tell you the reason why they like a good smoke ban. MKERS love a good rush. A little just straight into the bomb site within like a minute. They're in. Without the smoke, it gives them a lot more flexibility and freedom. You know, a lot of rushes are usually shut down by a smoke if you try and go for a plant. All it takes is one toxic babe and the plant's out the window. You can't do anything about that. So banning that smoke is really going to help them.
Bit of an even split there in the community poll. Not a lot separating these two teams for you guys at home watching. Getting kicked off now into round number 1. We can see already those all-important air jabs getting placed out. Consulate is a map that has a lot of potential for runouts. Hence why we usually see the Nomad removed and the Valkyrie removed. Because With only 2 cameras, you can get a good view on about 70% of the outside of this building, and there's so much rappel play, it really does make it quite dangerous when you've got those pesky Valkyrie cameras popping on out there. Gemini going to give himself away there briefly. It looks as though we're going to see a bit of a yellow stairs take coming out from MKERS here in round number 1. Interesting how they set up. I think they maybe set up their operator selection looking more toward a basement. Aqui there, just in a little rat corner, is going to find himself an eyes opener there over onto Voy. Voy getting caught short. Obviously the Valkyrie downstairs with the C4. Maybe looking to do a little bit of denial. Isn't going to be doing anything but manning those cameras.
Yeah, great read from MKERS, knowing that the C4s from below is always something that the defense have at their disposal for a top floor on Consulate. It gives them a good start. 1 kill down, everyone alive, and I feel for a B take where you're trying to take in towards yellow, you need everyone alive. You need all guns blazing, because that yellow, it can be a tricky thing to take. This plays out, this floor kind of plays out quite similar to Oregon Basement, where you've got an easier option at the beginning but a harder take, or you have a harder take in the beginning, but then obviously an easier plant as you come in for it. So this one is going to be a very, very tough yellow take in towards the B bomb site, but a very easy post plant. Whereas if you go for admin, very easy to take control of, but a very difficult execute. And right now, MKERS, they're making this hard push look pretty easy.
Tempra still struggling to find that first blood as Lolo picks up his second on the round. Durza getting shut down there inside a bathroom. Chaoxis, he's seen a lot of pressure as well, and well, it's about to get a bit more pressured as the plant has been confirmed. Gemini locking in that diffuser, forcing Shinka to make a rotation. Sasha going to pick one up, and could this be a flawless round from round number 1? Chaoxis, he's only got a sliver of health. He hasn't got a great deal to be playing with at all. A C4 in hand, but is it going to be enough? He sees the player on repel, puts some shots in, but that's only going to give away his location. You can see MKERS now are circling like sharks in order to pick this last kill up, and it will be a flawless. Lolo hits a triple, a player that we saw at a quieter day yesterday, but stepping up here in these finals.
Yeah, very surprising to see a quiet day from Lolo, someone who was taken the qualifiers by storm, and to see him have a bit of a shy one against Navi was a surprise. Thankfully, there were people like Gemini and Aqui stepping up big time, but hey, maybe it's Lolo's day. And if it is Lolo's day, RIP Tempra.
That's the dangerous thing about this MKERS roster, is there are multiple players that have got the ability to pop off at any one time. Yesterday, as you say, Demo, it was the rise of Aqui and Gemini. Today, Lolo comes out in the first round, hits the 3K, real important plays on the Nomad, fighting his way on into sight. Is that a sign of things to come? Is Lolo firing on all cylinders, and is it only going to be a couple of rounds time till Gemini and Aqui really back up that beef?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Here we go for Tempra's second defense for them, down to the basement. Maestro is banned, and that is usually the go-to. You can get a lot of tricky Maestro cameras in towards the black car, in towards the white van, and you can essentially kill some people from outside the breach, because essentially the defenders, they could just sit back and use the evil eyes into a bit of a weird angle where then the attackers have to prone to destroy the cameras, and even at that, it's a little bit tricky to do so if you're not bringing a Thatcher. MKERS, obviously knowing that Maestro's banned, they don't necessarily need the Thatcher. Knowing MKERS, they're probably going to go for the vertical take. They're not having any way of getting rid, if there was, the bandits. Obviously, Kai's here as well. Kai's more so, I think, to deny the hatch. Not too difficult to eliminate the Kaid charge that goes onto the triple wall. You can honestly swing it from the yellow door if you want. It's a little bit risky, but still possible. It's more the hatch control that Tempra are going to have, and there's no way, I don't think, of MKERS opening up the hatch now with that Kaid charge being placed.
Certainly is going to be a difficult one for them. Thatcher being available, but being brought is a bit of an interesting one, but I guess Consulate is seen as one of those maps where you usually can get everything done that you need to do. It's very destructible. Angles being well known.
It's very
Shinka
fast.
just dropping off there. Probably the right move at this point, because as we saw a flawless round in round number 1, Tempra is still struggling to find a kill. So they don't really want to lose first blood here and exaggerate that advantage ever so slightly. Actually making use of those breaching charges upstairs. Of course, We're inside of the new meta now where Ash brings breaching charges and has an extra breaching round as well, so even more soft destruction at your fingertips, and almost an argument at this point for Zafir potentially just dropping off in terms of pick rate, which I'm sure that players like Aqui are going to be pretty pleased about. Being able to take that R4C for a spin is always a nice little privilege indeed.
Nomad, great pick for Consulate, as we know. Usually a seen ban on this map. With the window play and the flanks you can hold, and oh, a great peek from Durza. Will now make it into a 4 versus 4, a well-needed kill that they need to try and hold control of that piano, and another one. Oh, what a flick, and Durza just keeps going! Someone stop him!
Durza has done a lion's share of the work inside of this round now. He's got himself squirreled away inside a bathroom, but he is still a massive problem, sitting on just over 75 health. And he's almost certainly going to find this 9th kill, but no, Lolo does come in and shut him down. But is it too little too late? A 1 versus 3, 50 seconds left on the clock. Still one air jab in hand, and no doubt some air jabs already placed. Lolo now needs to use this time to plan his attack. No drones available for him to use. One alive from Sasha, but the chance of that being in a useful place at this moment in time are fairly slim. Going to be more preoccupied by taking out the default cam and preoccupied by the Void that is swinging onto his location. A much needed round for Tempra there after suffering a flawless against them in the first. Tempra bite back in round number 2.
A great way to respond as well. I mean, Durza, beautiful gun skill. The swing, and then a little bit of a bottle job on the Capital, but that flick onto the man in piano, and then straight back to the Capital. Great reactions from him. 1-1. Okay.
I feel like in that sort of gunfight, you need that distraction where you've just not hit your shots. You need that flick off and then a flick straight back on to be able to start picking up the kills again.
Already, we are seeing some massive plays. Round 2. Just so decisive from Durza. A player who I think stepped up big time. Was putting in a real shift. It's not, he didn't have like the biggest carry. Voy, I think, was the standout for having a big carry in the series. But Durza, in every map, was consistent.
And we all know that consistency is key inside a Siege as well. We see players jumping in and getting 20 kills in the server, but the reality is you need that player that's consistently getting in and around double digits over the course of a game. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, depending, of course, on the round length of the game, but still just consistently putting out those numbers and just being a real strong pillar for the team to rely on. And yesterday, that was Durza.
Pioxis going to go for the Frost. Interesting pickup. I mean, for Consulate top floor with a lot of windows, people have to swing into those windows to get into the building. So, I mean, having some frost mats could be a good way of sneaking them in. But most of the frost mats that you can place down can just be shot from an upside down rappel. That main one over towards the double window that you see. I'm sure makers will check that. They'll not get caught by surprise. None on the balcony, though. I thought there would have been one there. That's probably the best place you can have one, because teams don't usually, like, rappel upside down on that window, because it's a little bit tricky, and you're always prone to a C4 that could land and take you out, so just have to be careful. Makers have changed up. They're going to go for an admin take, so much easier to take, as we've seen. No admin pressure at all from Tempra, so Makers have just waltzed in. No questions asked. But now the execute is going to be a tough one. Downstairs control is something that I think Makers need to go for. They have a Nomad. I will wonder if Lolo might go below and place a Nomad charge just to give them a sound indication if anyone is below. But it is a bit of a stretch. I mean, maybe not, so he's outside of admin right now.
There certainly needs to be something done about that downstairs, because we're running 3 C4s on the side of Tempra at the moment. They're obviously looking for some sort of denial and a lot of threat vertically, and that's not something that Makers are going to be able to ignore. They need to try and deal with that in due time. Aklu now maybe making his way as he looks to try and make some holes. Voy seeming to join the fray. Lolo finding a nice opener there onto Durza, shutting down that all-important player we've been talking about. As Gemini, he's going to see a bit of damage on the rappel as well. Makers now really shaping up for this execute as we're getting toward around a minute left. P4's location known inside a sight, but still with a C4 in hand, he can do something to challenge onto that window. The problem he faces now, of course, is that Acqui has made his way to the top of these spiral stairs. Barricades are going to do a number, but it's already being prepped for a nade, and it's only going to be a matter of seconds until something gets thrown through. It's going to start with some Capital fire, but Capital gets shut down. Acqui there for the instant 1-for-1 trade as the bullets are going to start to fly. Shinka left inside a connector. Keoxys playing behind his deployable shield. What are these two guys going to be able to do inside of 30 seconds?
I think Gemini, he may be looking for a jump in and is going to try and plant very, very close to the A wall. And he goes, but shut down straight away. Shinka just wide swings connector. Sasha was not holding the correct angle. Voy now, he's downstairs. He has a nitrocell at his disposal. He's going to have to make it count as they've just lost Shinka. He was inside a connector. Keoxys holding on to a long angle, and Voy, here he comes with a flank. Can he get another? And yes, he does, Voy! A massive play. Keoxys picks up the other two. Tempra with a huge 2v4.
Tempra really leaning into their experience there and shutting down that 2v4 firmly in its tracks. No C4 required, just some fantastic positioning on the side of Voy. I think Lolo will perhaps be kicking himself a little bit there because we did have the Nomad on the same level as Voy in that situation, and that was a gunfight that I was anticipating to take place, but it just never materialized. Voy there proving that he is here to play in this finals. Picking up an all-important 2K, followed up, of course, by Keoxys, just locking things down on the site.
Oh, Tempra, another round clutch for them. It's as if they just haven't stopped since Secret. Again, these rounds, which they should not win, just pulling it out of the bag. Voy, great flank. But, Ollie, we have to question, you have a Nomad, why... How? Why are they flanking up server stairs?
It really is a tricky one, isn't it? There's only 3 air jabs and you've got to be careful where you're placing them. I'm not entirely sure where the air jabs got placed inside of that round. In particular, we did have a player, I think it was Gemini, on the balcony rappel, so there's not really much a need for the typical air jab on the side of that balcony. So there's got to be a question as to where that utility was placed and where it worked through, but
5 seconds left before insertion.
fantastic job from Tempra to recognise a bit of a chink in the armour there and take full advantage.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Tempra now really sticking with this Frost play. I'm only thinking, Demo, are they perhaps struggling for that deployable shield? Obviously, smoke being banned, real good operators to bring that deployable on.
I would say so. We had this discussion yesterday, Ollie. With the changes, we've seen some mix-up of the gadget loadouts, of course, and Sasha has to win this against the Frost. Can he? Durza with that 9mm, can he make it work for him? Sasha sprays him with the SMG and now cuts across, and this is a bit of a cat and mouse tale. It's Tom and Jerry right now, and oh, well, there it is. Jerry's won.
Makers there, not just one opening kill, but 2. Both of which, for now, go unresponded to. Voy as well, sitting on not a great deal of health, and we're not even 50 seconds into the round. Is this going to be another flawless?
Wow.
We've only seen 4 rounds of play, Makers. Gemini coming in with a kill onto Shinka, looking to confirm that diffuser as Voy's trapped inside a bathroom. His angle is being held. Scato, he fancies a bit of the action now as he takes down Keoxys, and it's all down to Voy, sitting on very low health indeed. Another flawless round from Makers.
So, we have seen 2 big clutches, quote-unquote, for Tempra, and we've seen 2 flawless rounds for Makers. Both of them, I think, fitting very well into their playstyle, where whenever Makers are dominant, boy, are they dominant, and Tempra, you can never count them out in any round.
5 rounds, 7 kills for Lolo, as he is really stepping things up today.
Quick map
Even
already.
It's
Is it
unbelievable.
just me? We're already into round 5.
Even spreader kills on the side of Tempra is, it's really down to who's left alive to try and clutch up for them, which, I mean, fortunately for Tempra, they've got a team of gunners that are all able to hit those clutches when it counts, but you can't be relying on players clutching 1 versus 5s in a post-plant situation. It's real tricky stuff that Tempra are finding themselves in at the moment. Ooh, there's there, just missing out on capturing a drone as well, and it looks as though the drone's going to get away, something you hate to see as a Mozzie. Giving it another go here downstairs in press and lobby, Demo. Thought process behind this?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, obviously they could go basement.
I mean, it was a flawless round, and the plant was down in the first minute.
The way I look at it is, Tempra didn't really have a chance to actually get their strat on the board. But again, this plays into MKERS. They went for a very quick visa into server rush. Gunfights were lost, which is probably why Tempra want to have another go at it. It's the way Siege is. You know, rounds can be won or lost on gunfights, and if you feel as if this time you know where to position yourself better, I think we've seen Dirty get caught off very, very by surprise. You know, I don't think he was expecting a quick rush from Sledge right in. So it's moments like that that they probably think, you know what, we're going to play here instead. We're going to change some stuff up. You know, he's on the Mozzie now, a much more capable roam operator. So, yeah, just a few minor adjustments for Tempra, and they're going to have another crack.
Pressure already being applied from MKERS inside of garages. A lot of drones are working ahead, but of course with Durza lurking those lower spiral stairs, there is a chance that some of those drones are going to get caught. I think Ash is in a good position here to start destroying some utility, especially if it's getting yellow pinged inside of the site, as Gemini get himself onto Repel. Obviously a dangerous Repel to get onto, but there are angles to be found. MKERS playing this very slow and steady in comparison to the way that we saw them play in round number 4, but just demonstrating how many levels they are able to play this game at. They are not a one-trick pony. It's not just rush or bust. They have the capability to set up and execute. And that's what we're witnessing here.
Potential swing in, and yes, it will be. MKERS are right in the piano, but they've been taken out. I believe Voy just shot right through the smoke and hit the head onto the Habana. And Tempra looked as if that they have gained control off their bomb site, but not anymore. MKERS have picked up a quick flurry of kills, and P4 left in the clutch, and he just drops to his demise.
That's one way to close out the round, is just to go, you know what, I'm going to drop through this hatch and just see what is going to happen. And, well, Scatto is what happened. MKERS very successful there in their execute. It didn't go all their way in the first couple of kills, but they were able to fight back, grab those trades out. That's just testament to the communication that they have on their side as well. Being able to quickly react and retake a bad-looking situation when you're so committed to the bomb site and things don't look great. Still being able to fight their way out. 3-2 is our scoreline. The last round as the sides currently sit.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Potentially could be seeing an attacker-sided consulate here for MKERS if they're able to take this round.
So, one thing that always strikes me by teams going split bomb site is that they have a very good plan of playing from below, because that's what you have to do for this bomb site. I don't think you can really play it any other direction. We've seen teams try to hold, you know, top floor in towards admin. It just doesn't work. I mean, holding admin to begin with is a very tough job. A lot of windows, obviously, Ollie, that you have to kind of go through. So playing from below is usually the go-to, mostly because the entire bomb site is destructible. Putting some Goyo shields, that's going to be a very smart way of denying some time. You show one of those Goyo shields, it's just going to have a sea of flames in the bomb site, and you're not going to be able to plant in there. Plenty of C4s, 3 of them, impacts as well from a Valkyrie. Valkyrie impacts, my opinion, very underrated. Very, very underrated.
Yeah, I think especially when you've got such a plethora of C4s available to you. Tempra regularly bring in multiple C4s, but honestly, we're yet to see the bite in those C4s. Acqui and Void just proving their gun skill between themselves there, getting a 1-for-1 trade. Something that we've seen quite a bit so far in these qualifiers, but Lolo going to level things out for MKERS as he finds a nice kill. 1 C4 there going to swing and miss as P4 tries to do a bit of damage to the players over on Repel. Still MKERS arguably in a good position here, as despite Acqui being down, they're in a powerful position. They've got a lot of admin control at their disposal, and they're maybe just waiting for a little bit of a call from Scatto before they can look to try and push on through Chaoxis. He's got some information, yellow ping coming on through, and Scatto doesn't move. P4 there to finish things off. Bit of a tag team attempt there from Tempra. It doesn't matter who gets the kills, it just needs to, someone needs to get the kills, and confirming them is all that counts. 2 versus 3 now, as we're seeing a bit of a drop onto the site, and MKERS are moving quite quickly here, Demo.
Yeah, the Hardy boys just swung in with a quick Swanton bomb maneuver, and oh, Gemini himself walks in, Lolo assists, and now it's a 1v2 for P4, but no, not close. Gemini, there he is again, had a Stormer series against Na'Vi, and well, the Storm just keeps on coming.
Not just a support player, very, very capable in the kill department, and look at how quickly MKERS made that decision and moved on into sight. It was not do or die, but it was getting pretty close for them in that round, as things weren't looking too hot in terms of taking admin control, but drop of a hatch and a run down a stairs, and all of a sudden they were well in the thick of it, winning out onto those gunfights. Favourable 2v1 situation. Not even needing to get a trade-off. Lolo, 10 kills inside of that first split. Really stepping things up today. A 4-2 round count advantage for MKERS as well. I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about Coastline right now.
MKERS, 4-2 split.
Attackers need to locate and
I think Consulate has... I don't know, it's a tough one. I think with the bans that we're seeing, I think Consulate is pretty attacker-sided. Without the smoke, without the Maestro, two key components of defending basement, which is probably why we're not seeing a whole lot of it. We're only seeing it the one time. Tempra not really opting, you know, for it at any other time on their defense, so they went with a much more broader range. You know, we've seen the lobby twice, obviously a split bomb site as well. MKERS going straight for the mid floor.
attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It's a good point that you bring up there, Demo, about the bans, because let's face it, an Ace ban and an Iana ban. Two operators that are relatively new to the game. Consulate's been around for a heck of a long period of time, and Thermite and Hibana are very well known onto this map. It's not, you know, an Ace doesn't really change all too much in that regard. Obviously, you're going to lose the smokes, which is probably quite a large portion of why he's been banned out. But the Iana ban, very replaceable. Sure, you get a lot of drone information. Sure, you got the nades, but there are other operators that can bring that. It just leaves the attackers very flexible indeed.
Oh, no! No! Voy has been naded by Shinka, but it doesn't matter as he's made up for it with a trade on the Sasha. Tempra, they basically pulled the MKERS, they went for the rush. Lolo drops now, and it's all down to him in a 1 versus 4. Dumps the magazine, but it's not enough, as P4, lurking on the rappel, finds 2 for his troubles. Tempra, what a way to kick off your attacks.
Tempra really standing up and saying, look guys, we know that attack has it a little bit easier here. We're going to show you that we can hang. We're going to drag a round back straight off the rip and not let you get too much of a lead here. 4-3 now, starts to look pretty good, and we've got a very level game on our hands here. MKERS banging the head against Press and Lobby. We've really not seen that much of Garage, and we've really not seen that much of Top Floor, as both these teams so far are favouring the mid-floor sites. Again, MKERS feeling that they could maybe have a better bite at this one, as it was quite a rushed strategy that came out from Tempra. So rushed, in fact, that Voy found himself covering one of the grenades, but didn't matter in the end. Shinka redeemed himself. If you're going to get a team kill, you've at least got to redeem yourself by clutching out the round. I think that's the rule, isn't it, Demo?
Yeah, it has to be the case. You know, if you get the TK, you have to make up for it. Granted, he did. Got the trade-off, got the kill. So MKERS opting for, again, similar to Tempra. You know, Tempra got cut off the last time they went for the lobby. You know, lost the gunfights, weren't expecting the quick rush. Exact same case, I think, for MKERS now. You know, they get caught out. A bit of their own medicine being thrown back at them, but you're going to have another crack and see how they want to change things up. Difficult to find that vault. I know it can be sometimes tough to get it, but instead just places it beside the vaultable location. Very strong camera, so he's right down the long desk, and if you're setting up expecting Tempra to go for vertical control, usually if you're going to try and go for vertical, you take from admin side. It's a lot easier than what it would be trying to take in towards the console desk and towards yellow stairs and that, so see where Tempra want to head. Maybe they're opting for a console, 3 of them already towards the west side, and I'm sure many more to come.
Interesting that for the importance of Wamai and how much we spoke about him yesterday, it just hasn't seemed to be a factor in this game so far. Usually we would anticipate Wamai being played, especially in and around this yellow stairs area. That seems to be where Tempra are going to be focusing a large portion of their attention. Boy getting himself onto, I like to call this Batman. I feel like that's a really good call for it. I feel like Batman looking down on Gotham City as you can see all the way down those staircases. But Gemini knows better. You probably hear him, and we're just waiting there for some perfect timing, and Lolo gets taken out of action. Chaoxis on the book, a seldom seen operator at the moment, but again, working off some cracking information. It finds Tempra a nice early kill, and for very little cost indeed. Gemini bites back though as P4 gets caught out there on the rappel. Not a great deal of his head showing, but just enough to land a few all-important bullets.
Oh, and there's the trade-off though. Scato peeks bench windows, eliminates Chaox as he was repelling. And, well now, MKERS back in control. Tempra on this take a bomb, not working out for them. They've lost 2 players and still don't have any control of the top floor. Still 2 roamers above. Scato trying to hold on to Spiral, a very pivotal position. Denies access to anybody trying to push in towards the circle dash. Shinka, though, has found a kill onto Gemini, and that leaves just a few more bodies left for MKERS. One of them still above an Akwi. A lot of pressure on him to do a big performance on the roam game.
A player that we saw clutch up huge yesterday multiple times, and someone that we know has got it within himself to do what needs to be done. But the question is he going to find himself in that fortunate location? Voy, he's already pushed himself down yellow stairs, and instead probably knows that somebody's still playing on bench. That's somebody, of course, being Scato. Not a great deal of time here for Tempra to make this execute happen. 25 seconds and Shinka's still upstairs. Obviously, you can drop, but it is all dependent on the player inside a bathroom, which Voy is going to deal with very shortly. Does it come through as a 1-for-1? Yes, it does. Scato makes a fantastic rotation there. Shinka has found himself in said bathroom and can now use these mirror windows to his advantage, but that isn't going to be good enough. He needs to try and get a plant down because the defenders, they don't need to push him in this location. Shinka now looking for a bit of a rearrange, but is going to get taken out as the diffuser starts to go down. Scato now with an easy swing on through, and he's going to find the round coming in there for MKERS. Tempra just getting caught in a bit of ring around the rosy there.
Yeah, MKERS getting lucky with the time against Tempra. Pings come in, and that's an easy clean-up job. Close round, but just that 6th man for the defense. The time is always something that the attackers have to fear. Now we move into our next bomb site. Split again. So, yeah, neither side really looking for the garage down to the bans. I mean, Smoke and Maestro, it's a real suicide job trying to defend that without those operators, so no surprise that we're not seeing it be played. Curious to see how MKERS are going to go with their split bomb site. We have to always keep in mind, Ollie, new team. MKERS, very, very new team. Some of their players have had zilch of competitive experience. And they're still going for these strategies that I think you need to have refined. If you're going for a split bomb site, you need to know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think everyone sees the split bomb site and goes, "Woo, it's split." You know, there's floors in between us and there's ceilings in between us. It is against the norm. It is one of the more unusual bomb sites in the game. In that it's not just next door. It's not just, you know, a room over. It really is a different level. And sure, there are ways and means at traversing that. There are hatches that you can drop and stuff, but looks as though most of those are going to be, in this case, reinforced, as you're going to want to try and keep control at basement level and then play your vertical angles upward, making use of a lot of C4s, which we can see MKERS are bringing in abundance. 4 C4s and 2 impacts on the Malusi. So plenty of option for denial, plenty of option for destruction as well, as we've got a couple of shotguns thrown into that mix. I'm sure that's what MKERS are going to try and lean into here. But again, as you say, Demo, very impressive, relatively inexperienced side, making these difficult bomb sites and, you know, really taking it and saying, yep, we're going to play on split. We've got a lot of confidence to do this. This is our setup. Bring it.
Durza with the Dokkaebi pickup. We seen him play that quite a bit yesterday in the games, and that DMR, well, it goes hard if you can hit the shots. Scatter with the Pulse, he's going to be a pivotal operator on the side of MKERS. The Pulse can gain so much information on Consulate, and whenever you can combo that with the C4 and the destruction at your disposal, even going with a shotgun, very, I think a very usual thing that we see here from Pulse players for the split is the shotgun. Whenever it's all about denying the plant towards the tellers and all of it is destructible, using the shotgun can be a quicker and more effective way than the C4 sometimes.
Yeah, especially Pulse Shotgun, you can spam that thing till your heart is content. As you say, Give Scato another option aside from the C4 then, because we all know what the UMP can be like at the best of times. Tempra now looking to establish some control here inside of admin, taking top floor and looking to work the way on through, opening up these vertical angles. Such a destructible map, Consulate, and it is one of the maps that you do see booked regularly brought on for reasons like that. Not just being able to destroy the floor, but being able to destroy walls that join onto that floor on the lower level. Just gives you that extra level. It elevates your angle game just a little bit.
Voy inside of Visa now, and I wonder if Scato can gain that information. He sees one, but that's at the very top floor. P4 also lurking on the stairs. MKERS not wanting to move out of their safe spot down in towards the archives, and even more info from Scato. Keoxys has found a kill onto Aquis. He was looking to rotate up Spiral and has been taken out. Gemini with a swing. He's going to try and get fed information via the pulse, and he's been allowed just to skip over, and that's an easy kill for Scato, it seems to be, with the shotgun. And still, though, Gemini, he's a threat as he's still in towards the mid-floor.
A lot of information here to be gathered by the pulse, and Gemini should be able to do a little bit to work off it, but Gemini will be taken down. Shinka trying to bait out as many C4s as possible, but there's more than just a few, Shinky, and didn't account for that one. 2 kills flying for Tempra, but is it going to be enough? Lolo, he's going to be last man standing. No C4 left in the plant now being confirmed. Flank being held by Derza. A picture perfect execute from Tempra.
It's a tough one. Very tough site for the attackers to go for. Remember the first time they ever played against that strategy? It was wild. You had no idea what was going on, but like most new things, they start to get familiar with everyone, and, well, Tempra know that all they have to do is burn up the C4s and just waste a bit of time just trying to get rid of it and try and strike from below, which I think Keoxys did very, very well, kind of, lurking, waiting for his opportune moment, and put it to good use. And even P4 as well in the Ash, just holding it down. So, Tempra, a good attack from them. Very clinical, and it's something that we expect from Tempra. It is this clean kind of siege playstyle of a very recognizable team with great experience in the game.
Yeah, it's the professionalism seeping through into the play there, I think, Demo. It's a standard bomb site. There's nothing out of the ordinary. There's no reason why they can't attack onto it, and they do an exceptional job and show why they are the professional team in this scenario. Executing very well, giving themselves enough time to bait out all of that utility. It's a tick in every single box, really, when you want to be looking at an execute onto that split bomb site. Bit of a mention has to go out for P4 as well, coming in here into this game and chucking up some numbers. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, but standing up and being counted today. Picking up that Ash roll and really making things happen. MKERS still with a round lead here. Still 1 round away from match point. 2 rounds away from locking in our first map. But Tempra are fighting. And with the bans the way that they are, it is seeming to be a little bit more attacker-sided than we maybe first thought.
Tempra, change up again for them to attack. The top floor is where we head to. Haven't seen this one defended by MKERS as of yet. What kind of hold have they went for? Lineup of operators. Plenty of C4s as expected. Whenever you want to try and deny the plant on both bomb sites, both destructible, keep that in mind. And P4 going straight for a swing, and he's going to try and cover his repel noise. And he's going to try and take the fight. He's into the bomb site. Can he make it work? Shinka's also joined him. Sash has been downed. And Tempra again with this quick, emphatic rush. Is it going to work for them?
Already looking to confirm this diffuser. Not even a minute of play has happened. It's on to MKERS to react quickly, and react they will. And now a 3 versus 3, but a post-plant situation. Ders is going huge with the DMR, slapping it through every conceivable wall. He's on for a triple. Can he confirm the quad here? Lolo once again, last man standing. 1 versus 2, 30 seconds. Very doable here. Now needs to try and push his way through. Doesn't have a C4, but a lot of information is on his location. Voy on the upside down repel, not an angle that you want to be challenging on. Drones are plenty as well as Lolo swings through, trying to break these engagements down. He knows that Shinka is going to be playing tight on the bomb, and he knows that Voy is going to be on the repel. Pushes his way on through. Bit of a last chance saloon, but it isn't going to work. Tempra lock in yet another round and level things up at 5 rounds apiece.
Tempra are mental. Who tries that? Oh wait, Tempra does. They've made that work in a massive round because that's even 5-5. Quick rushes, that's 2 of them now that they've went for, and MKERS have been caught out by them both times. Really surprised that MKERS are letting this happen time after time, but then again, Tempra probably reading into the playstyle of MKERS, and it's a very, very heavy roam game. We've seen a lot of MKERS as soon as that swing came in through connector. They panicked, they tried to ramble back into the bomb site, and from there, so many angles being held. Durza with that DMR, holding down the cross, on the meeting balcony windows, and yeah, so tough to try and challenge that DMR.
It's almost a little bit like when MKERS are rushing and it's on their terms, it's fine. But when Tempra are rushing and MKERS don't have much of a say about what's going on, you can see the cracks starting to appear, and you can see that slight level of panic in how they are playing, and just how quickly Tempra were able to make that decision and go. P4's like, you know what? No one's inside a connector. No one's inside a bathroom. I've got a reinforcement to my left. I'm going to swing and I'm going to try and get this kill onto the guy I'm meeting. And then we'll just start to work a plan from there, like follow me sort of stuff. And it worked exceptionally well there for MKERS. Really done a number to drag this back to an equal 5-5 now. They are on an equal chance to get themselves onto that match point. Punch look by no means over as of yet.
MKERS now. Lost a few rounds on the bounce, and let's see how they deal with Tempra. Tempra, are they going to go for the same strategy? I really doubt it. I mean, MKERS have set up a lot more secure on site. They're not going to let it happen again. You know, fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So, I don't think MKERS are going to let it happen again.
P4's certainly going to threaten the repel, but as you say, I doubt it's going to work to such effect. Acqui getting a bit of a leg stretch. Nomad in play, but not being picked, and well, that situation has been taken full advantage of. Despite the 1 second run out time, Acqui's gone, you know what? I fancy a jog. I fancy a morning stroll, and I'm going to pick myself up a little cheeky kill on the way, and a kill onto none other than Durza, going huge in the previous round, covering the cross and allowing everything to fall into place. Losing him fairly early on here, of course, loses the logic bombs as well. But Tempra aren't out. P4 has already swung his way aggressively into connector, and he's going to find not 1 but 2 kills. Is he going to be able to get a third as he looks now to challenge on to meeting? No, he's going to get taken out in due course. Sasha there being the player to get that all-important kill, but at a scoreline of 3-2, it still isn't over for MKERS. Shinka has the diffuser, and Chaoxis is inside of the bathroom area. Shinka could look to try and get a plant down here, but just needs a little bit more surety. Time now for Tempra to gather a bit of information on the drone as MKERS, they look to give them a little bit of room to breathe. Still got a C4 left in the hands of Sasha. Is he going to be able to get into a position to deal with that? Still a lot of time left here, but Acqui, he's going to take matters into his own hands, aggressively pushing on through, taking down Chaoxis and putting Shinka in a whole world of hurt. Nade going to get cooked here and tossed on into meeting. Looks as though it did just go a little bit too far, but did deal a bit of damage over onto Sasha. Banshee inside of the site now is going to be slowing him down as well, as Shinka looking to make his push on through long, but it was a bit of a fool's errand. Lolo is going to be there, ready and waiting, MPX in hand. MKERS there, responding to the rush.
Yeah, MKERS read into it very well. They set up a lot better. Gunfights were won by them, so MKERS going to take that, and now they're already at map point 6-5. Consulate could go in favor of the Italians. 1 round is all they need, and again, not opting for the basement, going for this lobby. Tempra now have to play this perfect. They have to win it. Would Tempra go for the the rush through piano? Last time they attacked this, they did get beat on time. It was a good take from them and a good attempt, but just losing it out. I don't know, did Tempra try the rush again, Ollie, or do you think they go again with what they originally did, but just trying it a little bit more faster, don't let the time get away from them?
It's a tough one to call because a match point isn't something to be trifled with. I think that Tempra could do well from leaning into what they are bringing. We can see that they're bringing the book. They need to be trying to make good use of that as well. The foregoing, of course, bringing the sledge and having the nades there. So it smacks of taking that top floor control and really using the book in quite an aggressive way. in a way that you necessarily can't use a sledge in. So I think that Tempra, have got to try and take this top floor control, and it's time to put the rush strategies to bed, because this is match point. This is, map number 1, best of 5. You don't even messing around with that sort of thing. We've already seen this be a very close affair. Tempra need to make it a little bit closer. They need to take this to an overtime.
Acqui looking for a spawn peak that could really turn the favor of this round in favor of MKERS. Nobody, though, spawning towards the gas station. Tempra, they're geared up perhaps for an admin take. We haven't seen them kind of come from this side before. It was more over towards the yellow stairs and in towards the console office, but no, looks to be Keoxys maybe looking to have an early lead and getting towards that admin just as quick as he can. Durs as well outside of Visa. So a different switch up from Tempra. How many roamers do we have? Four roamers. Quad roamers. Wow. Okay, this is going to be really tough for Tempra to take the top floor if they don't know how many there is. And with the mute coming in as well, Ollie, it's going to be tough to get that drone working.
I think it's a great play for MKERS to go for this aggressive 4-man roam upstairs, because they know that Tempra aren't going to want to risk a rush strategy on a match point. They know that that's not something that Tempra want to leave to chance, so they're going to try and do, the typical thing. They're going to try and clear out that top floor, and with so much pressure here from MKERS and the hatches being open, it doesn't even matter if MKERS don't get a kill in this situation. They've come very close there with a lot of damage being done onto Keoxys, but it's in fact going to go in favour of Tempra as Shinka puts the nades to use, takes down Scato, loses a C4 as well on the side of MKERS, and maybe now we start to see some players dropping off this top floor as we have entered the halfway point. A good bit of time has been wasted. Ultimately, how long can MKERS hang up here? Sasha, he's going to do a little bit to fight back as Void's going to get taken down. Nice Maverick hole there inside of admin looking through to Meeting, but again, nothing really for Tempra to play off. It's going to be on P4 to make a big push here, but has he accounted for Acqui? This is going to be the second time we're seeing Acqui in a rather questionable location at a 90-degree right angle to a doorway, literally playing for one singular kill here. Now, the logic bomb is going to go off, and that's likely going to give his location away, but Acqui doesn't really need to move. He can continue to play in that location. Tempra now looking to switch things up. They need to avert their eyes. They need to focus on the bomb site and look to try and get this diffuser down as time, well, it's getting a bit tight.
Yeah, it looks as if they're going to try and switch up and just plant at the circle desk. It's a risky one to go for, of course, with all of this upstairs pressure, and they're really relying on P4 trying to hold them down. Gemini can even get a nice angle through the hatch onto the doorway, and I'm sure Jaeger could probably put a bit of a dent sweeping in through yellow if he wants to go for it. Shinka now aware of that angle being held. Acqui wins that against P4. We've seen him lurking for such a long time, and it's paid off for him now into a 3 versus 3 as Durza has found one onto Lolo. Acqui challenging in towards the spiral. Another kill comes out, but no! A massive C4 from Sasha puts it to rest, and Acqui with a pistol finishes it off. Map number 1 for the Italians. MKERS 7-5 on Consulate.
MKERS doing a fantastic job there on Consulate, showing us that once again they are not just a 1, 2 or 3 trick pony. They are able to take these maps off professional teams. Cracking display there from the guys on MKERS. Lolo in particular stepping things up. We spoke about it earlier. Quiet today over on yesterday. 12 kills coming in to this fixture. Big performances as well from Sasha. What a great C4 there to really shut things down in the dying few seconds. And ultimately, MKERS almost winning the mental mind games there a little bit more, over than Tempra, because don't forget that last match point we saw Tempra going for some fairly, heavy rush strategies on their attacks, but in that instance they didn't.
Yeah, and that's map number 1 done and dust. A very quick Consulate, plenty of rushes in that. Will we see any more as we're going to go to a quick break? But we'll be back with map number 2, Cafe, coming your way.
friends are in the club, we'll go all night. I see you in the back, the mood is right. If I just had your number, I would let you know how I feel. You walk up to me, start dancing to the music and the chase. Like this was meant to be. Take my hand, I feel my heart beat, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Feel your hands, the way you're touching me around my neck. Got chills down my back, you do it right. The way you're holding me, no, I don't want this moment to stop. No need to fight it, I cannot hide it. We won't regret it, so come with me, maybe we're meant to be. A perfect melody, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. Making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's a magic in your eyes, can't get enough. I can't get enough. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us.
The conclusion of Consulate leaves us with MKERS being one map up in this best of 5. They come in and they snatch away the upset pick of Consulate. Ollie, what a result for the Italians.
Great result indeed. Is it unexpected at this point? Are we to, keep unexpecting MKERS to keep coming out there and winning maps? I know that we all predicted them, but we know how our predictions go. I think that MKERS did a fantastic job. They dealt with Tempra's aggression very well. It was interesting to see Tempra trying to bring a little bit of that aggression and almost a bit of fire to fight the fire that they were facing. Ultimately, it wasn't enough for them.
No, not enough. I mean, it goes down to the wire, right? One round away from potentially having an overtime. Sasha making the difference with a C4. Was the game closer than it looked, Demo? Was there potentially a chance that it could have been picked up?
I don't think we've had as many fast rounds in quite a while. That Consulate was mental. Both sides opting for rushes at stages. I think whenever the rounds were won, they were pretty decisive to whoever won it. I don't think we've seen that many clutch, one or two here or there, but for the most part, whoever won the round, it looked, that's their round to win. So overall, MKERS just had some better rounds than Tempra in that. Still, a very close game, 7-5 is still the scoreline, and I worry now for Tempra. Consulate was a map which I think they needed to win, as if we look at our second map, Cafe, that screams MKERS all day of the week.
Ooh, well, I'll tell you what, we'll start to dissect and cut our way at the cafe in a few minutes. Before that, we can actually have a bit of a throwback and have a look at the stats from this opening map as well and see if there's any keys into understanding what went wrong inside of the statistics. Ollie, is there anything that's really screaming to you here?
instantly you've got to look no further than the cost. It's a great indicator of how well a player is performing individually, and if you look at the statistics on the side of MKERS, they are consistently hitting good costs. If you look over onto the side of Tempra, we got a lot of 50s, we got a few 58s thrown in there for good measure, and the balance just isn't there. If you looked at nothing other than the cost, you would be able to tell who won that game, and MKERS there just really taking full advantage of those kills, objectives, survivability, and trades.
There you go. Well, that is the scoreline and the stats from map 1. Consulate that is now in the bag and played out. Let's bring it back then, Demo, to the point you were making. Of course, with the veto we've got left here, we had a big discussion about the fact it's a best of 5. It really does test your steel when it comes to the map pool. Now going into a map that is very proficient for MKERS, you thinking this is a 2-0? You thinking this is where they build themselves a huge legacy?
Yeah, I think Cafe, obviously that's their pick. That's where they wanted to go. Tempra made a real leap at going for the consulate. I think Oregon should have been their pick. We knew that MKERS were going to ban the Oregon nonetheless, and the fact that you get a pick right off the rip before the bans come in, you have to make full value out of that veto. I don't think MKERS are a team to shy away from, playing consulate. I think if we seen the Oregon pick, I probably would hedge my bets on like a MKERS, maybe Villa ban or something like that. I think MKERS have no issue with playing consulate, so it is a surprise to see that happen. And I think Tempra losing that consulate in the first map, it's really going to hinder them now. And I worry for the mental state. A map which you should have won, now you're going on to the map which MKERS look as if they had, just been so strong on against Navi. They played it against Chaos as well. They played it against Rogue. They beat all of the PL teams on Cafe. Are Tempra next?
Are they? Are they going to be the next in what has already started to be a delicious dinner for MKERS? We'll find out as we're moving our way into Cafe X. Demo, get into it, boys, and sink your teeth into this juicy meal.
Thank you ever so much, Jackie. Let's get thrown on straight over into Cafe. Demo, I'm going to have to counter, I think, and it's not often that I do this, but I'm going to have to counter what you say there about Tempra here on Cafe and what you say about MKERS, because this was where we started to see the clutches coming in from yesterday. This was the start of Clutch Saturday, as I am now going to dub it, as there were a lot of clutches that came through from MKERS on this map against Navi. Sure, we saw an overtime. It wasn't as clear-cut as I think. I think that we could have seen Navi winning this map yesterday, but MKERS currently, as you say, unbeaten versus Pro League teams inside of this bracket on this map. Are they going to make it an even 4?
You disagree with me, you say?
Yes, sir.
Have you chosen death? The whole reason why I think MKERS have a really good shot now at taking this Cafe is, I know that you bring up the point about, yes, it was very, very close against Navi. Cafe is Navi's map, and they beat Navi on it. That's why I bring it back. Like, Navi, even though they lost, still showed us how good they are at Cafe. And Tempra, compared to Navi, I think Navi are much better at Cafe than what Tempra have had.
Do you think we see a potential clash ban here, Demo?
No, because Pack Bull's not playing.
I mean, the Bull and the Pack Bull aren't synonymous with the clash. Clash is going to get let through.
It is.
Why am I Mirror instead going to be our defender bans? Zero and
again.
Thatcher. Is it a bit of zero banning? Seems very situational, though. It seems like a Cafe ban.
I mean, MKERS banned it against Navi yesterday on Coastline, though. The bans that MKERS went for against Navi was Thatcher Wamai, which is what we're seeing again. This time it's Tempra who have went a little bit off cue, and they went for the zero ban. Curious to see why they've went for it, because... I mean, I would... Whenever I think of Zero, I think, okay, why would you pick Zero whenever Nomad's open? I don't think MKERS had any intention of playing Zero, so it is a very big surprise to see that ban come in. Maverick probably would have been their better option, I think.
Demo, it's happening again. We've got some Ying play.
Yep,
It's terrifying. It's a terrifying prospect. Wamai's banned, Jaeger changes, and all of a sudden, Akwi says... I'm gonna bait out the Iana that you took away from us in the previous game, and this time we're gonna take the Ying. More throwables, more flashes. Top floor attack. It's scream. You know what? The only thing that MKERS are missing in this scenario is the Amaru, just for that all out and out rush.
Good Amaru. Very classic, I think, of Cafe, where you go straight up to the rooftop and then drop through skylight, and you're in the bomb site within 15 seconds. Any moments that you've seen like that before? I can only think of one where it's happened, and that was like last year, whenever Leon Gids did it.
I was going to say, I remember Mr. Gids.
And defuse the bomb.
He enjoys that one as a bit of a strategy.
Yep.
It's a classic rank strategy as well.
I'm a big fan of it as well.
If you want a little bit of something to take into your rank games, just take a little bit of Amaru.
One thing that I think is very good with Amaru, though, like low-key on Cafe, is Eastside takes very, very good for Amaru.
I'm not sure if Makers have spotted out those Valkyrie cameras. As Voy is going to be given a nice tasty view there, and he's going to go for a leg stretch. Threatening the bottom of these white stairs, just double checking, seeing if his target is moving or aware. He's maybe going to give him, one of his teammates, maybe a yellow ping for a C4 potentially, but just waiting now for Gemini to get himself back on up. The pings maybe there giving his intentions away, as Gemini does seem to be playing a little bit safer now.
Yeah, I think Voy was very, very lucky that he managed to see Gemini hidden away behind the van and could have potentially bashed the window and could have given himself away, not knowing that there is some flank protection right now. Keoxys finds one onto Sash. That was the man on the window. Just a quick swing, and it's worked for them. Tempra with its setup. Just the outside Valkyrie cameras giving them so much information, and Makers, they're none the wiser.
Yeah, Maker's really struggling to deal with all that intel that's coming away from them, because it's not just about the player being on rappel and being able to potentially run out on him. It's then about knowing where to position your utility, and that's what we're seeing come on through. That isn't going to matter, as Akwi is going to aggress down New Balcony, find not one but 2 kills in a massive form of entry. Really now trying to pile on the pressure. It looks as though Makers aren't done with this round yet. Durza, he's going to be entering into Piano, looking to try and make something happen, but the drones are attempting to work their way through, getting caught in Mozzie pests as they go. Still cover coming in from the skylight from Lolo, going to force Voy to think twice about making that careless rotation. Durza now has got himself locked into Freezer. Voy looking to join him. Really trying to make something happen from this area. Poor old Keoxys out on his own. Not got a great deal to play from. I'm not sure if Makers know that he is in there or not, as Voy is providing a good deal of pre-firing cover. Durza goes for the swing, takes down Akwi on his tear. More kills fly on through, and looks as though we're going to maybe see a diffuser at least baited, as Gemini's made his way all the way on into sight. Just checking Freezer really quick and looking maybe to get the plant down. Bit of a non-default location. Scato here with a lot of ways and means to cover this plant going down, and it's almost likely going to get confirmed, but Scato is going to get taken out in the meantime. Diffuser confirmed, and Scato with a flick. Gemini with a second, and Makers with the round.
Wow, Makers pulling it off, and I think Scato was very lucky not to get taken out by the C4 and just moved at the perfect time, and that swing onto the cigar shop door was just phenomenal. 1-0 Makers, first round on the board. I mean, very slow for Makers for their standard anyway, Ollie. They had a real trouble getting into the building for a long period of time, down to the information and the pressure that Tempra were getting from the Valkyrie cameras. And yeah, wonder if we'll see any IQ for Makers. I feel as if that would be a very strong pickup, knowing that, I mean, Valkyrie is open, and Valkyrie and Cafe, a very deadly operator to have for defense.
It seems as though Makers have really made some good judgment calls there, as Tempra have chosen to change things up, not looking to have another go upstairs in bar. Now, there's an argument for bringing the Valkyrie down here, but Tempra are leaning into much more traditional ways and means. They're going to try and deny anything from getting open. We're seeing bandits, we're seeing Cades. Valkyrie not going to be a factor. I'd like to see Makers, next time that they predict that they're going to be going and attacking onto that top floor, to bring that Valkyrie, because it could just give them a lot of room to breathe, and then they would be able to operate on the windows with a little bit more surety. And this round as a sample, things have changed up. Akwi's gone for his Iana pick. Despite the success on the Ying, obviously choosing to mix things up here to attack onto the kitchen.
music of Cafe is always an ambient feeling for many players as they try and work their way in and get towards that top floor. Is usually the way that we see teams like to sweep and use that verticality. Obviously, roamers are always a thing that you have to worry about for Cafe. Great roam map, plenty of windows that you can utilize to try and eliminate some of the defenders from outside. Jump outs being a big thing, and also free sets of staircases, which always help whenever you're trying to get back to safety, perhaps back into the bomb site if needed. MKERS, they're looking, I think, for just a train into bakery, so pretty default, nothing too out of the ordinary. P4, going to be on a bit of a loose roam, still close enough to sight harm's way, but still close enough to create something, if needed, whenever the attackers try and stumble their way into train. So MKERS, they've got bakery control now, and we're looking towards Gemini to open up the walls. The only hard breacher for MKERS now as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how they want to deal with the old Maverick trick. One thing you have to be careful of with the Maverick trick is that defenders can actually jump on top of the kitchen top and can actually kill you from an elevated position.
Hence the pressure that Scato is providing from upstairs. But what about that for an unfortunate swing? He goes around the corner and goes straight past little old P4. P4 in the right place at the right time on those red stairs to be able to get an important frag. As now the pressure isn't as great coming down vertically. Aqui is still there, but he's left to watch a flank. He knows that P4 is going to be there. Can he hit the headshot? Well, doesn't matter. He's going to hit a body shot instead. Draws a circle around his opponent, but eventually lands a couple to the chest. Shinka. He's going to join the fray now as he wants a bit of piece of the action. Looking to defend from those vertical angles, but is going to be forced to back on off. Takes too much chip damage and can't risk a stray grenade, of which there are still 2 left on the side of MKERS. Really looking now to focus in onto that bomb site as Aqui is still providing pressure from upstairs. Gemini looking instead to push his way on through and finds himself down for his troubles. Sasha opening up the wall as it had already been made soft by the Maverick. Leveling things out at an equal 3 apiece. Effectively a 3 versus 2, and the diffuser can now start to go down. Shinka trying to squirrel his way to safety in order to get revived, but there is a bit of intel. It looks as though Sasha has got an idea as to where that shenanigan is going on, and is going to try and do something about it with a grenade. The plant has been confirmed. It's now a post plant, equal 3 versus 3, as we have seen Shinka be revived. Voy looking now to pressure onto these red stairs, recognising that there is going to be a player upstairs and that somebody needs to try and do something about it, but the angles that are being held by MKERS are very hard indeed. Gemini holding now onto Wedding. Is he going to win the engagement? Yes, he does. Puts him on a double kill for the round. Already as he got the diffuser down and continuing to get the frags, picks up another as well to make it a triple. Sasha grabbing one in between. MKERS stamping down their mark here on Cafe. 2 fantastic rounds on the attack.
So tough to get a post plant retake for the defense on that kitchen. And, well, MKERS, I mean, that post plant was played out as expected, just holding angles. As soon as that diffuser gets placed, all of a sudden, the defense, they have to go on the attack. So, really, really tough for Tempra to get anything on the board there. And MKERS, well, they're happy enough. They will take another round. And oh, look at the kills. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Always a nice little way to look at the kill feed.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Interesting that Gemini is the 1 on 4, as he's been taking more hard breachy roles, but still providing those kills and continuing from his performance that we saw yesterday. No IQ being brought demo. It's something we asked for. We said that when MKERS get an inkling they might be heading up to that top floor, maybe an IQ could be worth a pick.
Valkyrie again. Get some really nice cameras just covering the entire top floor, and that top floor knowledge, I think, is needed for defense. You need some kind of information knowing where some of the attackers are looking to push in from. Obviously, this is where most teams are going to try and attempt to plant, and you can then coordinate with some C4s from below. There is 3 of them. Plenty of explosions to go about for the defense. MKERS talking about explosions. 3 sets of nades!
Nades and C4s really being the order of the day. Shinka's already thrown one of his. Not sure where. I don't think I've even heard it go off, unless it's been pre-placed. On the hatch. Medics there coming in with all of the knowledge indeed.
If it wasn't for medics,
Before
where would
going
you
for a bit
be?
of a toss there. Ooh, Gemini dancing with the devil.
That was lucky. Gemini's going to throw his own back. You can't shoot the grenades, which is the only issue for the defense. But obviously there are things such as Jaeger who exist with the ADS, which will catch them and neutralize them. Durza hasn't popped off yet, but I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for him to appear with the 416 as Tempra. Oh, a great shot by P4. Eliminates Akwi. He was looking to rappel onto the east balcony window and has been taken out. MKERS, we're looking for a bit of a switch up for an east side take. We don't see that all too often. But they've lost one man now. All of them on the rooftop. Not sure where they want to go, and two of them have just immediately dropped into red stairs. And Scato, he's looking to take the engagement. Can he win it? Can he win it against the SMG? No, he can't! The shotgun at range. Shinka puts him to bed, but then gives himself away. Gemini holding the angle stiff. That's a kill for MKERS that they need.
MKERS looking like they're desperately trying to form a plan here. There's a large portion of the round that has been spent on the rooftop and essentially baiting out a bit of utility. 1C4 left in the hands of Voy, and he's almost certainly going to keep tight hold of that as he's playing downstairs, looking to deny that plant at the last possible second if everything does go utterly pear-shaped. Keeping his eye on the new hatch as well, as MKERS now really trying to push on through. But Lolo, he isn't going to be expecting anybody to be downstairs. There wasn't sufficient intel, and that's a huge kill at this moment in time. Sasha left with nothing but a Hail Mary drop as he pushes his way on through sight, and well, quickly, he's left as the last person standing. The diffuser cold on the ground, draws for the SMG-11. No doubt he's going to get shut down as Durza. He's going to make the swing with a pistol of his own. 416 or not, doesn't stop Durza. He's going to be grabbing that final kill. A much needed round coming in there for Tempra.
There's two kills for Tempra, really set the tone of how the round was going to play out. I mean, P4 getting that immediate kill into Akwi, who we've seen have a blinder of a map against Na'Vi on Cafe. And then I think Shinka played very well to at least get himself the trade. Sure, he gave himself away, but still damage was done, wasted some time, wasted some utility, and still got a kill for his troubles.
Things aren't going to go all MKERS' way in this series, as Tempra there have demonstrated. Going to switch things up and head us down to Reading Room and Fireplace now. MKERS going to maybe lean into a slightly more successful tactic, and that tactic is the Ying. Akwi made fantastic use last time we saw this operator being brought, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to do the same again, especially when it comes to taking control of that top floor. We've already seen two of the defenders scurry their way upstairs and start to put a bit of investment into this area. Vertical angles, of course, the order of the day, as you're going to want to try and keep control of that top floor and remove the attackers from being able to work vertically onto you in the site. Often is a round that we see come down to the last few seconds, as it does take a great deal of time to clear that top floor successfully as an attack. Typically, as you want to do it with little cost as possible. Voice still going to be threatening with these outside Valkyrie cameras. Something that MKERS really haven't seemed to choose to deal with in any significant way.
Switching over, bomb sites to the mid floor. Ying is here with Akwi. Whenever he was playing the Ying and he was attacking it into a mid-floor bomb site, he didn't use the Yings for the final execute onto the bomb site to go for a plant. He used it for the early game to clear out anyone above. So that's what I think he's going to go for again. I mean, it's a great way. I think if you look at the entire top floor, big rooms, those Candelas, if they are all put out 6 flashbangs, I mean, that is a lot of damage that you have.
Scato going to be first through the breach as he drops red hatch and looks to take advantage of any information that the drones can be gathering. Of course, he knows that there's going to be players up here, as you can already hear drones getting shot on out, and just tries to pre-fire his way on through. Sasha coming in obviously has the grenades, and maybe we'll look to try and take some advantage of that, but with people below, it is going to be a bit of a tricky one. Don't want to be remaining too long on any of those destructible floors. Lucy Banshee there, potentially being dealt with in White Corridor, and an opening kill coming through for MKERS. Gemini taking down Durza, player that we've seen on a pop-off series so far. What a renovation going into this top floor, and ooh, an upside-down rappel. Gonna put Lolo onto a kill and get him off the mark. And what's this that we're seeing, Demo? Could we be framing up for a flawless round as MKERS, they storm their way through that top floor? P4 and Voy now left wondering and wanting. They may have a C4 in hand, but is it going to be enough? There's so much time and such a man deficit.
Attackers have located a bomb.
MKERS upstairs is where they turn their attention to, using the vertical pressure that you can apply. Leaves Voy and P4 in a bit of a sticky one. Both of them are together, but just one of them now is P4 has been eliminated, and that's a flawless for MKERS. All of the work done in the early game, winning their gunfights, and Tempra. It's the third time today, Ollie, that they're on the back end of losing around without a single kill to their name.
It really is feast or famine at the moment. If MKERS, want to, it seems as though they can just flick a switch and flawless around. That's a dangerous position to find yourself in because, Tempra don't want to be losing to flawless rounds. They need to be a little bit closer than that. Let's keep the mental up a little bit. MKERS, don't forget, they've already won Map 1. They took Consulate. Sure, we nearly went the whole distance, but it was a map nonetheless. Akwi really flexing his ability to play onto different operators. We've not seen all too many shields, Demo.
Bomb located by
No,
attackers.
very little shields. I think across both series yesterday. I mean, we've seen the Clash. No Monty, though.
You almost don't count the Clash as a shield. I know that sounds really strange.
Because it's defense, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Monty... Right. He is nowhere near as good compared to what he used to be. Simply down to the changes to the way the shield works now. With whenever you take explosion damage or anything like that, they stab it. You now basically flinch a lot more. So now it's a lot more easier for teams just to bash the shield whenever he's full extent and just kill him, just shoot them in the leg. Similar to kind of what happens to Clash. So he's not as strong in that aspect. I mean, still very, very good if you want a good information operator and you have plenty of people who can sit behind that shield and make great work out of it. And I mean, MKERS, plenty of gunners on that side that they can kind of use the coordination that Akwi can provide with the information. And already some information, and Akwi, why have you done that? Granted, the trade is there. Don't know what he was thinking. Oh, Akwi is in a... He's bemused. He doesn't know what's happened.
A Monty for a Jaeger. I don't really know who comes out the better out of that. I mean, potentially the attackers. The Jaeger removes another gun. The Monty, you can kind of work around it. And when Lolo's going to start going off like that, it really does exaggerate the point. Being able to pick up a second kill in return. Shinka now, no doubt going to see some pressure as you can see the ADS is getting burnt around him as nades do start to fly on through. Not dealing too much damage to him, but it's only going to be a matter of time. The question is he going to be able to take somebody with him? By all accounts, he should be able to play in here for a good deal of time. The drone's going to come in, but I don't think that it spots Voy. So Voy potentially could come in with a bit of a swing here or a trade. But Shinka just looking to try and waste as much time as possible at this moment. Lands a good few shots there onto Gemini with a quick peek. And Voy comes in with a C4 to boot, and it's going to do the business. Gemini can't shoot that one out of the air, and is going to get downed in the process. Question is, can he be revived here? Lolo looks to be trying to make his way around and try and salvage this situation. What a shot coming in from Sasha. Good night to Chaoxis as the one tap rattles across the server.
El Tapo from Sasha, and so aggressive from Tempra, but it's not working out for them. Tempra just looking to swing and take these engagements. Do they know that they're up against MKERS, this team of young gunners who just kill everything that moves? And right now, the gunfights, these ones are just being won by MKERS, and that's really what is pushing them over the edge.
4-1 scoreline with one round yet to play for MKERS on the attack. Yesterday, they successfully won 3 rounds over on Cafe. Today, they've already beaten that record. Gemini as well. Let's talk about him for a moment. 8-1. 6 rounds of play, 8-1. More than 1 kill a round, 1 singular death, and majority of the play has been onto either Maverick or Hibana. Fantastic shift being put in by that man right there. Last round for this split is going to be upstairs.
Here we go with an upstairs hold. Castle comes in again for Tempra. So this cigar shop hold, I assume, is going to be in place. Triple ADS stack as well. It's all about time wasting for Tempra. This is the strategy that they go for. You know, a lot of operators there that are pretty annoying to deal with. I mean, Castle, annoying, Mute annoying, Mozzie annoying. So you have a good cluster that does make the attackers a little bit more frustrated. Oh, Durza looking for a spawn peek, and I mean, I don't blame him at this stage. He needs to try and get something back for his team, and he's unlucky not to get a kill onto the MKERS player there. It's just unfortunate. Just slipped past them. But MKERS there, they're happy enough. They survive for another round off the spawn peaks. Last time it was very heavy on the kind of south rappel, and granted, we actually seen somebody get taken out from this position.
Do you think that the spawn peaks and the rush strategy is indicative of how Tempra are feeling at the moment? Do you think they're feeling frustrated, Demo? Because they are playing very aggressive into a team of gunners.
There is always that worry. Whenever you're going into a game which is an FPS at the end of the day, you need to be able to shoot people. And if you can't do that and teams are beating you, then you're going to have to look at other options, and P4 has done that. He doesn't need to take a gunfight if he can just use a C4.
Cheap tricks to gain a kill, but it's going to do the business. Sasha going to be down, Sledge down as well, and 2 grenades as well. An operator that MKERS do rely on quite heavily, and someone that's just so influential at the moment in the meta is Sledge, so to lose him in that regard isn't going to be ideal at all, and it's one of the older tricks in the book, the good old C4 on the underside of a hatch, timed correctly. When you see one hatch go, you know that you've got to wait a couple seconds and then get a C4 on the other hatch, and Bob should be your uncle, and in that case for P4, it most certainly was. It's going to leave MKERS at a bit of a disadvantage, especially with so many castle barricades to wade their way on through. It's going to put a bit of pressure now onto Ash. Of course, Ash is more than capable. 3 breaching rounds now as well, so the ways and means of getting the job done. Keoxys, he's going to be still playing pretty tight inside a piano. It's a position we've seen him playing in previously. It's a very difficult location to try and get looted out from, though. Lolo's going to make quite an aggressive drop as he gets himself down onto New Hatch and starts to find some progress. Gets a kill over onto Shinka. Akwi follows things up, and, well, Keoxys, he's going to be getting pinched soon as he is still inside of piano, but not before he manages to take Lolo down. Still pressure coming in from the hatch, cutting off a lot of these rotates as the kills continue to fly back and forth and back and forth.
MKERS are on the wrong end of a round win, potentially, as looks as if that Keoxys and Durza have been able to pull him out of a hole that was looking very, very scary for Tempra. Scatter now repels up onto the window right beside Keoxys, and that gives a perfect bait as Akwi sweeps in and finds an easy kill. A 2 versus 2, 20 seconds to go. We've seen MKERS clutch these up before. Can they do it again? 15 seconds. It looks as if they may be, as Akwi, he's found a triple kill. Void, does he know that Akwi's right beside him? Akwi's came to the plant. He's back onto it again. Oh, and he wins that! He's taking the mick out of him. He's one on the diffuser. Off again. Back on again. Off again. And then kills him.
It's just so reminiscent of what we saw Akwi doing yesterday on this exact map to Navi. That exact situation, getting the diffuser down, a little bit of bait here and there, and instantly being able to come off and flick into a gunfight. What an absolute machine. Showcasing some serious talent there. A 5-1 split at the end of the first half. MKERS, the tier 3 team from Italy, looking to dethrone Tempra here on Cafe. It's a big mountain to climb now for Tempra, Demo.
How? MKERS, man. Just something else. And talking about something else, Ollie, there's your Amaru. There she is.
So, I mentioned it earlier. I think it was the start of last round. Are Tempra playing based on maybe a little bit more emotion than, you know, sticking to the strat book? Now, obviously, we threw the rule book out, we threw the script out yesterday, so it's acceptable for them to be going off course. But the Amaru pick, is aggression what you want to be fighting MKERS with at this point? Sure, there's an argument for fighting fire with fire, and we saw MKERS crumble a little bit over on Consulate to that aggression. But there's a large deficit here. Makers are 1 round away from a match point, and they have got a lot of sites to choose from if they win down here on their first defense. Tempra need to be careful here because they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. Sure, in a best of 5, there is always the possibility of a reverse sweep, but, and there's always a big but, Makers are primed and ready here. Derza is going to get himself aggressively in, but it isn't going to stop Makers from gaining that opening kill. Derza's actually going to miss his shots as well over onto Gemini, and all the use of the Amaru is now gone. That surprise factor, he's just left pushing his way on into side. Gemini is going to cut him down.
MP7 suppressed as well, makes it work, and Tempra, 2 people gone after 30 seconds in the round. P4 will cook an aid outside of the front door, and that pushes Lolo right into the crossfires, into the praying clutches of Voy. 3 versus 4, Tempra, can they go big? They're going to need to, or else this will be another map point for Makers if they lose this round. They went sneaky, they tried to go for an Amari, predicting the top floor, but as we know, Makers, they went for the basement first.
Makers have a bit of time now to recompose themselves, and so do Tempra. Tempra are going to need to use that time to formulate a little bit of a plan. They are a man down, and they've lost a good deal of utility. They've lost the Hard Breacher. They've lost Derza, which is essentially like just losing a gun at this stage, because obviously the Amaru gadget didn't really pay too many dividends. Tempra are really struggling. They've got a lot of soft destruction, so they could look to try and work vertically, but they're going to need to push the way on into the site if they want to have a meaningful impact. Acqui there holding a nice vertical angle from upstairs and assisting Gemini in his endeavours to keep control. But Gemini, he's going to get a bit too over-aggressive. He's going to get cut down, and that's going to level out the count and put it back into Tempra's favour. 3 versus 2 now. Scato and Sasha are left scurrying, trying to get themselves into favourable locations. Scato looking to drop a hatch and join his teammate. Still no hard breach available, means the push has to come through a single or double door, which isn't ideal. And Tempra need to give themselves enough time to try and pull that off, because when the kills start to fly, they need to be on the right side of those engagements. 1 grenade left in the hands of P4 could be something to try and base a little bit of work from. It seems as though P4 is going to be going for the double door approach, but Scato is ready and waiting. It's going to be a round that comes down to the wire.
Oh, some utility dumped in by Voy, and I think that Makers, they know that there's no hard breach, and it just has to be choke points at this stage that Tempra have to push into. As Voy, he's eyeing up a potential push along with P4, but they're just taking their time. Scato takes a bit of damage as he reared his head over towards the double window, and oh, what a peek! I didn't even see him, and Scato lands the shot, another one perhaps! Voy takes a lot of damage. Keoxys, look at his HP! He hits the floor as well, and Voy, no chance! Makers, another huge round from them!
Look at the clutch factor on the side of Makers as well. That was a sketchy 3 versus 2 against them. Scato and Sasha putting in a mammoth shift, hitting those angles, keeping themselves alive and challenging at just the right time. Tempra too scared to really take that as a head-to-head challenge and really force that man advantage that they had and try and gain a trade. Instead went for the slow and soft approach, and it didn't pay them any dividends. Match point now for Makers in what has been a very convincing map so far.
Mental. This has been the most one-sided game we've had throughout the past 2 days. Yesterday, all close matches, Ollie. Today, we had a close match in Consulate, but this is as if you're reading a different book.
That replay was disgusting. That replay was utterly disgusting.
I didn't even see him on. I didn't even see him on.
No, I didn't see him
on the screen.
Couldn't see him. Because we've got the outline so we can see, and obviously the viewers at home can see the nice little blue hue around the defenders.
Didn't even see him.
Just rapid speed, and that's the talent that Makers have got. They're so mechanically gifted. Every single one of them putting in a shift. Lolo, he's had a quieter game here on Cafe, but he's still getting out there and putting up some numbers. He's had some really important rounds on attack as Nomad. Gemini just continuing the fine form that he had in the first split. Acqui, Sasha, Scato, everybody putting in a shift and getting those important kills when it counts. And I'd love to see the statistic on how many man disadvantages we've seen Makers be able to pull off over the course of this bracket.
You look at Makers' attacks. For the most part, there has been very little, actual strat work from MKERS. You look at their attacks. They sat on top of the rooftop for God knows how long, and then they all just drop a hatch and just kill them all. That's it.
I think they're saving the strats for SI.
Man, it looks to be that case because all they're getting is gunfights and winning all of them. Here is the other version of a shield. Now we have Clash into the fray of things. Monty didn't really do anything for them. I mean, Monty tried to pistol and then just got killed right off the rip. So I'm sure Clash will stay alive just a little bit longer. Clash very, very difficult to deal with for the top floor as well, Ollie. Keep that in mind. You know, we've seen how well Clash have played in towards that pixel spot before. Akwi. Oh, another kill goes MKERS' favor. P4 is off the table. Jackal gone. And Akwi, he's still below and he can still cause something with those Valkyrie cameras. And oh, he's going to go for the jump out. And he gets another one. Durs is done. Are the rest of Tempra done? Is this it?
This is match point in map number 2 of our best of 5. If MKERS are able to convert this into a map win, then they're going to go 2 up in the series. It puts them prime and ready for that 6th invitational spot. Tempra, they need to come out with something pretty big here in this round and in the subsequent rounds if they want to have something else to say here on Cafe, because so far MKERS have been singing at the top of their lungs, going off in every single regard. Chaoxis now left searching for a ghost, as looking to maybe tidy up Akwi from earlier, but Akwi's already made himself upstairs nice and safe. He's rotated up those white stairs, got himself onto Lumber, and well, demo, 45 seconds left. There is still a Clash to contend with. One of the most powerful operators to see played in this pixel location. Forget about your shield and your Wamai. It is all about the Clash. So much time can be soaked up here by Lolo, as already he's able to provide a threat onto any players pushing on into Piano. Going to see a little bit of damage coming in from both sides now, as Shinka is looking to try and provide Chaoxis with a bit of cover, but the Clash is doing what Clash does best. 5 versus 2. Could this be a flawless round? Sure, we got Sasha down, but the kills are coming in at lightning speed. Ekwi's on a triple, and Scato finishing things off. A flawless round coming in from MKERS here on Cafe.
MKERS, as dominant as ever. Cafe, not even a contest from Tempra at all. They just let MKERS have it. My oh my. 2-0.
Just look at the kills as well. Like, 4 kills, 3 kills, 2 kills. Tempra just nowhere near the pace. Akwi and Gemini leading the charge. Scato following not far behind. What a display there from MKERS. Tempra, they were left to cheap tricks to trying to steal rounds here and there, and MKERS just look so good. So much information, so much aggression.
MKERS on those attacks just sat about. I mean, Tempra looked very, very solid in their holds, and all of a sudden, it gets down to the last 20 seconds, and they just kill everything. That's all it was. That's all it was for MKERS. Hardly any strat work. They let stuff, you know, Tempra got away with murder in some of those strategies. But still, MKERS, just, I can't describe how insane it is what we're witnessing.
It's the synergy, and you know that they're doing so well with communication and just following up on those kills, and it really is a cut above the rest. We're going to need to take a little bit of a breather. I think we're going to give the players a bit of a break between maps 2 and 3. We're not going to go on break for too long, so a couple of minutes will be thrown on the clock, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
better keep on singing. We'll be your friends if you sing our song. When you're facing your darkest hour, we'll be right here by your side. You know your friends are here, we're watching. As you lose your grip, we're here watching you. You don't need to feel like dancing. You better keep on dancing. We'll be here for one more time. You don't need to feel like singing. You better keep on singing. We'll be your friends if you sing our song. All your friends are here and we're watching. As you lose your grip, we're here watching. All your friends are here and we're watching. As you lose your grip, we're here watching. Cover me in colors I can only see with you. I'd be better with another, but I always pick you.
With a 7-1 stump.
Oh, 7-1 shutdown. We're cooking with gas here on Cafe, and it was a barn burner for MKERS. These are the post-series stats, and if you're thinking post-series, yeah, that's right. This map's already been wrapped up. It was lightning fast, Ollie. It was over in a matter of seconds.
It really was. You know, map 1 felt quick despite the scoreline, but map 2 was serious blink and you miss it stuff. I'm going to come back to the stat that I highlighted over in map number 1 when you asked me, Jackie, and that was the cost. Just look at those cost ratings on the players of MKERS. 888 must be their lucky number because there's 3 players with 88%. And, well, on the side of Tempra, a very different story. Really struggling in pretty much every department, and the one that stands out the most is going to be that kill department. MKERS just so mechanically skilled, not afraid of a gunfight, and taking this head on.
Now, Demo, I think obviously moving on from what Ollie said there, right? You're looking at the kills, you're thinking 4 frags there for 3 players, 3 for P4, only 2 for Shinka. What happened? Why were they just not hitting their shots in these gunfights?
At least they've got some nice headshot percentages, which yeah, that's something. No, it's not nothing to take away. Tempra just cannot win against this Italian side. Every gunfight is they're just getting banged every single time. I don't know where Tempra go now. I really don't. Granted, Cafe, very, very heavy map with a lot of kills that really win you rounds, as we've seen. Villa, maybe not as much. It's definitely much more strat heavy. But the way that MKERS have been playing this series, they don't care about strategies. They will just sit outside and do nothing for 2 minutes, but still win the round because they just walk into site and kill everyone.
And talking about killing everyone, we had a replay from that matchup as well, because some of the frags were just absolutely disgusting. One very specific kill that we wanted to break down as well. And thankfully, Jacob, the cleanest replay op in the business, has slowed it down for us so we can take a look frame by frame at what was an absolutely outrageous face. Ollie, get into this one for me, mate.
Oh my god.
It's despicable. It's absolutely despicable.
My.
It was utterly frame by frame sort of stuff. I think Jacob was saying in the Discord that he was struggling to actually capture accurate based on how close it was. You know, it was literally in between the frames. I felt like I needed a wash after watching that one, Jackie. I'm going to be honest with you. It was absolutely disgusting.
Oh, mate. Well, there's no time for a shower, I'm afraid, because map 3 is coming up and it's going to be Villa. Here's the big issue, though, right? We're potentially looking at a position here where Tempra could be needing a vacation to get over this vacation. If they lose this map, that's it. The dream run's done. They're out of the tournament, and it will be the dream achieved for the Italian squad. They're only one map away, boys. They're so close. Are we looking at the 3-0 demo? Is this it? Is it done?
It's very, very tough to say it's not going to be that. Villa, granted, I think favours both teams in a sense. If Tempra manage to pull off this win on Villa, then we look at our fourth map, which is Clubhouse, which then again, it goes back into MKERS' favour and another map that they should be winning. So I'm going to find it really, really tough to not say that MKERS aren't going to make it to invite.
Well, MKERS, they could be representing all of Italy at SI 2021. This is the last available spot that is up for grabs for Europe, and they are so close to getting their hands around it. One map left potentially if they win here on Villa. X demo, enjoy this one, boys.
Thank you, Jackie. I'm sure that we will. The level of siege that we have been seeing over the course of these qualifiers has been second to none. I'm sure that MKERS and Tempra are going to put on a fine display here on Villa. It's time. It really is. MKERS, this is their moment. It's going to be their first chance tonight at locking in that all-important spot for the Six Invitational 2021. Let's waste no time. We're going to chuck straight on over to Tuscany, get ourselves nestled away into a nice little villa for the holidays. But make no mistake, it's going to be no holiday for these 10 players.
And the map as well. I mean, if Italy managed to qualify through Villa, and that is a great way to do so. Right. Third map. This could be it for MKERS. The dream could come true. But can Tempra ruin that dream and keep their dream alive of making it to Invitational? What does everyone think? MKERS or Tempra? Will we see MKERS just take this straight up? 3-0, job done. Or will Tempra make one of the greatest comebacks that this scene has ever seen?
I mean, the way that this weekend's been playing out, Demo, it has been a little bit anything you can do, I can do better. MKERS have made the miracle run so far. Is it time for Tempra to say, you've made a great run, but we're now going to reverse sweep you inside of this best of 5? We're going to show all 5 maps to you viewers at home, and we're going to show why we are the professional team and why we deserve the spot. This could be the start of that story for Tempra.
Bans. Again, a bit of a weird one. Weird ban. Buck is gone. Tempra's banned that out. I mean, whenever I think of like the Buck ban, Villa is, you know, a very, very destructible map. Nearly the entirety of the top floor is destructible, apart from like a few areas. Top of main stairs, top of red stairs, walk-in, and a little bit just inside a statue, and everything else you can blow it up. So, yeah, I think the Buck ban, we've seen plenty of times where verticality has played a big part in some of the attacks. For MKERS, though, is the Buck something that they would go for? Is it an operator that we would see play frequently by them? I don't know. Tough one to call.
I think the Buck falls into a similar category as the Buck when you play it on a consulate, and that's that while Sledge can do a lot of the work in terms of destroying a lot of the floors, some of the angles that you can generate with a Buck are just a little bit more interesting. You can not only shoot through the floor, but you can then shoot through adjoining walls or anything that's going to be on the floor below. Obviously something that you can't do as easily with a Sledge. You could achieve similar by then switching to the assault rifle and shooting through that soft debris, but the Buck kind of makes that a little bit better. Is it worth an entire ban? That's going to be the question, and I'm not sure if the answer at this point for that is going to be yes.
Now we look towards the more default bomb site that we see on Villa. Aviator and Games is the choice. Pretty standard lineup for Tempra. It's your kind of base default that we expect to see nearly 9 times out of 10. Defense, again, I'd say exactly the same for this top floor. You have plenty of utility there. Obviously the Banshees and the Goyo. is going to be the kind of main way of holding on to the staircase. You have the shields, you have the banshees to accompany that. Maestro, always is going to be a strong one for Villa, nonetheless, and Jaeger, an old favourite for every map on every lineup, and Smoke to round things off with that shotgun, just to give them a little more sight setup if they need it. Tempra already losing the first blood. Lolo with a C4. Keox is dead. Nomad dead. Massive pick.
It's a consistent theme that we're seeing as well, Demo, from MKERS, is that whether on attack or on defense, they're making great use of grenades or C4s, regularly converting that important piece of utility into a confirmed kill, and starting off this round on Villa in exactly the same fashion. Acqui! He isn't going to get back in alive, but he does manage to grab a kill for his troubles, taking down Shinka, more importantly, taking down the hard breacher. You can't pick who you get, but he's got a pretty good one. What is this for a flood in coming in from Tempra? They're going to get shut down at every turn. Scato and Gemini really hacking at each other up there, and poor old P4, he's left out in the cold. It might be a sunny day, but I'm sure he is feeling the pressure.
P4, a big ass for him in the first round already. There's one. But look at his HP for it. May get the kill, but has wasted a lot of his HP to try and take the other ones, and now swings on in, just predicting where some of these MKERS players may be lurking. But MKERS, they went very passive all of a sudden, not wanting to give this lead away. They know how much they want to win this series. They don't want to give Tempra any chance of a comeback. P4 spots out two of them. But I mean, what's that going to give him now? He knows there's two players there. That's it. He's going to jump in now towards the red stairs, but there is an angle being held. And that's an easy one for Scato. MKERS round one in the bag.
The thing that's nice to see from MKERS is they can temper this aggression. They know exactly when to turn it on, and they know when to hang back. A 3 versus 1 is not an unwinnable situation for an attacker. We see it happen time and time again. We've seen it happen over the course of this series, and MKERS regularly being one of those teams that tend to pull that one out of the bag. Recognising how important that situation is, how important it is to win the first round on a brand new map for the momentum as much as anything, and to continue the streak that we saw them have over on Cafe. Fantastic round there from MKERS. Great patience in not chasing after that last kill. Tempra once again left a little bit wanting, losing that opening engagement, and from there on, well, things just not going their way. Trying a bit of an all-out rush strategy through the study, and it really just not resulting in anything. Once again, I'm going to come back to something I said on Cafe, and it looks as though Tempra are playing with a bit more emotion than perhaps they would like to. Just trying to really force situations and make things happen by boldly rushing in into the lines of fire established by MKERS, who are more than happy to, on occasion, just sit back and let everything materialise.
Okay, where are we at with MKERS and their setup? Looks to be a pretty heavy roam setup towards the AVG side of things, and I mean, it's kind of expected, I think, for Villa, for these kind of aggressive teams, and we know MKERS definitely are one of those who will take the gunfights, as they have showed us time after time, is to try and have a bit more of a fight. A lot of Tempra spawning towards the bedroom side, maybe looking for a more direct site take. I think that's probably the correct call. After Cafe, I don't think Tempra should be looking to try and fight these gunfights. They need to try and play their way. Play it slow. Do the site setup. One thing that the Tempra have to remember is if you're attacking and you open up all of these holes and you're trying to go for the defuse, all you have to do is sit and hold angles. That's going to be tough for MKERS to really fight against those. Whenever you're dealing with a bunch of strong weapons, you know, trying to challenge into a Sophia, into an Ashe, it's a tough ask for the defense. And Tempra, as expected, just going straight for the direct site take.
It's yielded some result in that they've been able to take down Sasha and remove any smokes off the board from MKERS. A couple of C4s swinging on through, and only a bit of chip damage to show for it. P4 sitting at just above half. Acqui Ratwi, almost as we should start calling him. He's been playing some very questionable locations and single bullet holes, lying in corners, but it has been providing him with results. We saw it quite a bit over on Consulate. We didn't really get to see that much Cafe for it to materialise all too much, and now he's getting joined by his teammates here. Maybe a little bit of bait and switch as we're seeing C4s deployed onto the window. Keox is now seeing a bit of pressure as well. Both teams really vying for control over this bathroom and astronomy area, but Akwi, it's going to be to make something happen as he shuts down the player on repel. That really opens things up for his teammates rotating up astronomy stairs. And now bathroom becomes a very difficult place to try and push from. Scato, look at that decision making, choosing instead to push through the grenade just to get out of that blast radius. As P4 doesn't see as much utility use as he would have liked from that grenade, only removing around 25 health.
Bit of the wall's going to be opened as Gemini is attempting a Kai trick. Got 4 of them, but 2 were left up onto the other wall, and Void trying to pierce way through them and look for an opening. MKERS were very, very quick to give up their off-site hold and try and rush back to site, knowing that Tempra are going straight for the direct take. Shinka has an angle onto the statue door. I wonder if Scato is aware of that. No, almost. For Shinka, dumps the magazine in, but taking this Astro is the main issue. Akwi with another kill, and Durza going to try and swing. Knows there's one tucked away to the right side. Now he swings with a flashbang, eliminates one. Akwi also gets traded. A great shot from Durza. Now it's a 2v2 into a 2v1. Scato, who is still on statue, eliminates Voy. Habana, 1 versus 2, both of them inside a statue. A flashbang. Is he aware of Gemini? No, he's not. MKERS, another round. 2-0, they lead.
MKERS are really starting to make this look quite easy indeed. Akwi, bit of a masterclass there in how to keep control and to keep you cool inside of astronomy. Wonder if he saw anything written in the stars. 2-0 now as we enter into round number 3. Villa could be argued to be defender-sided, but MKERS taking full advantage of that, not looking to drop a round here on the defence. As everyone's putting in a very good shift indeed. I'm thinking back, Demo, to the last time that Tempra won a round, and I'm going to say it was round 2 of Cafe? Round 3 of Cafe, potentially? Round 3 of Cafe, Medics the GOAT has confirmed. That's a long time ago, Demo, since Tempra have put a round up on the board.
Yeah. Tempra, whenever you're starting to look at how you've performed so far, hasn't been great. That's going to start implanting some seeds of worry. And right now, Tempra, last thing they need to do is worry about themselves right now. They just need to play their siege. It's not working out for them right now, and MKERS just alive. A burning flame that cannot be stopped. I just don't know. I'm just looking at it, Ollie. I don't see any way out for Tempra.
I mean, look at how much confidence MKERS are playing with. We've got Sasha just saying, you know what, guys? We've got 5 C4s this round. We probably didn't need all 5. I'm just going to dump one straight out. Akwi as well with a pre-placed one. Not pre-placed somewhere. I mean, it's 5 C4s. It's a disgusting lineup to have to go up against, as an already struggling Tempra are going to have to wade through quite a lot. Quite a heavy site presence coming in here from MKERS as Scato, he's going to be looking to try and defend this bottom floor with his life and open things up once again. The kill over onto Chaoxis. Chaoxis really struggling to get involved here in Villa. 3 rounds and 3 deaths is all he has to show for it so far. As with the amount of C4s that we're seeing MKERS play, it makes a lot of sense that they are trying to defend this first floor for their lives. They know that they can usually get a good handle and a bit of C4 destructibility on anyone that's trying to push above them.
Tempra, 4v5. They've opened up in towards Pantry. Now, Kitchen could be an option for them, but they have to try and take in towards the storage. They need to get control off that room, then it will obviously give them an option for cutting off any potential flanks that may come in. Laundry being left shut for the meantime, perhaps fearing MKERS from above. The hatch is open, and Akwi, he's happy enough to sit in the bed and wait for anyone who wants to lurk over. Lolo getting some great information, of course, with that cardiac sensor. Great pickup for this bomb site. And if you need to find out information where the attackers are going to try and stem their attack flow from, P4 is by himself. He's over towards living room right now. Only where I have with that is if he does get taken out, no one's there to get the trade. And how is he still alive? He gets shot through the wall. A swing as somebody walks right past him. That's an easy kill for P4 Acme. Oh, where? Oh, and another one! Huge plays from P4. Still, Scato is alive alongside him. These two had an earlier engagement before. Shinka has found Gemini, and here comes Scato. Can he win it against P4? This should be an easy kill, but no! P4 with a sixth sense! Prones in the middle of the room and takes out Scato! And Sasha dropped in through laundry. He himself has been taken out, and P4, take your hat off, son, take a bow.
P4's taken his backpack off, he's unzipped it, and he's invited his team to climb on in. Carrying that round in fine fashion, picking up plenty of kills, especially when it looked like he was already said and done. Not sitting on a lot of health, but using every trick in the book to continually get kills onto those Makers players. Massive shift from him. Is it going to be enough though? It puts one round on the board, it breaks the curse. It breaks that long dry streak that we've seen Tempra have of time between them winning their last round and winning that last round in round number 3. It will of course give Makers a bit of a chance to breathe as they can switch off and go back upstairs. Aviator Games is where they choose, as Trophy Statue will of course still be locked. This is where we saw round number 1 play out. Opening kill again went in Makers' favour, and we saw a very frustrated Tempra just sort of flooding in through Study, getting cut down in the crossfires that were already established and really making any sort of headway. P4 was left in a 1 versus 3, well, a 1 versus 4. I think he made it a 1 versus 3 very quickly, but it didn't look very promising for Tempra at all. Now they need to hit that reset button. There is a chance here for them to level things up and to give us a bit of a game here on Villa.
Makers go back up to the first bomb site that they defended, opting for the same setup in towards the main stairs. Plenty of shields and banshees to slow down the attackers as much as they can. Tempra opting for a bedroom take. I mean, albeit the last time they tried to attack this one, Ollie, they hardly got a foot into the door. They didn't even get in the building. So, if they play a little bit more conservative and don't send people off by themselves and try and work in unison as a team, maybe they can get some reward from it. 2-1. Big map for Tempra, as we know. They lose this, Makers win the series, and they go to invite. Do or die time for Tempra and Durza. He's taking a very aggressive approach, swinging into 90! And that's what they need, a bit of fight back. 1 kill for Tempra. Let's see if they can get any more.
An opener as well, and it removes the only C4 that was brought this time on the side of Tempra. Tempra come in with a much more typical push now as well, as they haven't overly committed to that Study balcony. There's Void playing in and around that area, and he's likely going to provide some sort of crossfire and remove players from being able to rotate so freely, but a large portion of the aggression is coming directly onto site, mainly led by Durza as he sits on a double kill for the round so far. And could we see Tempra responding with a flawless? Not quite, as 1 kill, 2 kills are going to get dragged back in favour of Makers, but Gemini is sitting in a very less than favourable location. Lost site control, and who else but Durza to close things out. P4 last round, Durza this round. Tempra, they're back in this, leveling things up, 2 rounds apiece.
There we go, Tempra. That's what we want. We want more of it, though. Keep it going. 2-2 now. Tempra not just going to be rolled over like they did on Cafe. Villa looking to be much more of a closer affair. Same bomb site again for Makers. Keep in mind, every bomb site is open for them now. None of them are locked out. I want to try and look at what they did wrong for this site. I'm trying to think where they went wrong. I mean, that early kill on 90 was a bit of a big one. It just gave Tempra a lot of control. Kind of put Makers a bit of a step back position where they had very little control of something that I'm sure they wanted to have control of. So I wonder if perhaps they're going to maybe stack up 90 a little bit more. Because Tempra just went straight from the north side. No interest in Study or the main stairs. All from Trophy Statuary.
Yeah, I think an interesting point as well is Acqui and the work that he does over inside a Trophy Statuary area at the early part of the round. It didn't seem to be something that Makers played around all too much. Instead, it was Lolo that was left on 90, and as we saw, he ended up getting taken out pretty quickly. Is there an argument to play, you know, maybe a C4 below that Trophy Statuary area and try and play for a quick cheap kill, or maybe bring a Pulse into the mix and gather a little bit of intel and maybe try and play for a bit more of a flank? Because I think 90 control is really going to be where we're going to see Tempra looking to provide a lot of the pressure. Not sure if there was a call for a deployable shield there onto that 90 corridor or some utility. P4 in usual P4 fashion already got himself well in, and could he be gifted the chance at a few kills? He's going to find one, but Gemini's going to get the first. Durza coming in as well, as the kills are going to start to fly. We've only been 30 seconds, guys. Calm down. We've seen plenty of kills to last us. 3 versus 3. Not even a minute gone off the clock. 90 control arguably gained as P4 is looking to pressure on through. Chaoxis on the window. C4 in a favourable location too. Equalizer going to get destroyed there by the nade as Tempra, they can relax into this now a little bit. They've got a lot of time to play with a long angle being held there as Acqui, he's going to get taken down. Probably in position to be revived. Babe Canister not doing him all too many favours. Goes for a bit of a desperate attempt at a swing, but it isn't going to work out for him. Tempra primed and ready, all once again down in the hands of Sasha. Gets a great swing to level things out to 1 versus 2, but is it going to be enough? Toxic Babe Canister, can it deny the plant from going down, or is P4 safe? It looks for now as though he is safe. Just a sliver of health that he's going to get away with, and well, not for long, because Voy, he's going to be able to shut down Sasha. Another quick, fast round coming in there for round number 5, and Tempra seem to have woken up.
Tempra went all out for that study take, not opting for their bedroom side. This time they're working it on the other end of the map, and MKERS, they set up for that, but just not ready for that very fast take by Tempra. I mean, Durza right now is fearing nobody. He just wants to get in there. He knows he needs to create something, and right now I think Durza is that big playmaker for Tempra. If he can keep it up, then we could be on for map 4.
P4 as well, a player that highlighted yesterday and a player that subsequently didn't have the best of days, is seemingly stepping up here on finals day, which is exactly when you want your big players to start making a bit of an appearance.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
The question is it going to be enough? We've seen Tempra chain 3 rounds together there. MKERS, they're going to be left a little bit wanting here. As we are in round number 6, they're going to want to try and confirm this round and leave at an equal 3-3 split. If Tempra get a sniff of too much of a lead, then moving into the defence, moving into that slightly more favourable side, we could see them lock away Villa and take us into map number 4. MKERS have a lot of work to do here. Going to be defending downstairs again, and this time it looks as though they're going for a bit more investment on this top floor.
5 seconds left.
Oh,
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Tempra need this round. A good 4-2 would see them nicely into the defensive half for them. Lineups. Ella is here, makes an appearance. Haven't seen her as of yet. There's a shotgun as well. Titan Killer makes an appearance in the final, and oh, Sasha looking to make good use of it, but Durza, he's in again! He's in the bomb site, and Tempra have just mowed out everyone! MKERS, they don't know where to look! Somehow Acqui has pulled off 1 kill. Is he on for a second? There's another man inside a statue. A yellow ping. They know exactly where he is. Voy has eliminated his teammate. Lolo is gone. Acqui in a 1 versus 3. Drone gets fired out. Acqui misses the shots, and Shinka punishes him. Oh my word, Tempra are insane!
Where has this Tempra been for the first 2 maps of this series? They are showing up in a big way here on Villa. We could be faced with a very similar scoreline as to the scoreline we saw over on Cafe. This time going in Tempra's favour. They enter their defensive split at a round count of 4-2. And MKERS, they're looking a little bit amateurish at the minute. They're not looking like the team that we saw over on Cafe, really struggling to get themselves into it. Is a switch of side going to be what they need? Of course, it removes the ability for Tempra to be applying all of this aggression that we've seen and them getting into the building and the bomb site within the first minute of the round and just letting the bullets fly. But I'm sure that we're going to see Tempra apply that aggression into another way when they get onto the defence.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Tempra take up the mantle off the defense now. MKERS, how are they going to go about this? So one thing that we have to highlight from the Cafe game is that MKERS had very little strat work, really. A lot of it was just sitting outside, holding an angle, The odd Tempra player would swing and lose his head. And then, whenever push comes to shove, they would storm the bomb site and kill everything. Don't know how they're going to do that, though, in Villa, whenever there's a lot more choke points involved. You look at the bomb site that we're dealing with right now. More or less, the usual plants come in towards that B bomb site. On either door, if you're coming from study, you'll try and rush in and plant behind the table, vice versa on the other side. It's going to be very, very tough to try and push in aggressively through both of those doors.
Yeah, there's a lot more buffer room over on Villa, as you can't always get direct access to the bomb site from outside, and that could be something that plays against Makers and the strategies that we've seen them try to employ. Void playing downstairs, looking to slow this attacking push a little bit. Just wasting time, eating up some drones and giving a shadow and a ghost for the players of Makers to try and chase. Chaoxis going to get first blood this time. It was pretty fashionable for him to be first death, but instead this time he comes out on the right side of things as kills really do start to fly. None of these rounds letting us down in terms of excitement. Tempra are going to be excited as they enter a man advantage and can now retreat back onto site if required.
Makers on the back foot. Tempra, aggressive roam game. It's definitely a different Tempra than what we've seen on Cafe Villa, just working out for them more so. Makers, I think they're going to try and challenge on towards the main stairs. That's probably where they're going to try and revert to. All three of them now stacked up around that side. Two nades still in the pocket of Sasha. Two flashbangs on Gemini, and Lolo has all of his utility with the triple flashbang still available. May have to use some of that if they want to try and take control of main stairs. There are two defenders on them right now. One prone more closer, and Smoke trying to give that supporting role for the refrags. Tempra, they're happy enough just to sit and wait for their opportunity.
Tempra in a fine position here. They don't need to try and force this point. They can play a little bit of aggression like P4 is doing on the stairs here. A horrible angle to try and chase, but P4's going to miss his shots. Goes for the C4 toss instead. Swings, misses. Toxic Babe canister eaten up in the process. A nade comes through, but it doesn't hit its mark. It instead hits onto Shinka and forces P4 to make a bit of a rotation. Lolo now looking to turn his attention over toward East Stairs. As Gemini still trying to make something happen from that study window. Trying to find out the angle over onto P4 as Sasha going to gather a bit of drone intel and give him something to work with. Unfortunately for Sasha, he doesn't actually have a nade left, so he isn't really going to be able to utilise that sort of utility in terms of getting that kill, but it isn't going to matter for the time being as Lolo, he's going to make an impact nonetheless. Chaoxis is going to take down Gemini just before that happens, and it all results in a 1 versus 2. Lolo caught inside a Banshee, and look as though the players on side of Tempra know exactly where he's coming from here. He's going to give the game away there with a few pre-fire shots as they rain on out. 10 seconds left remaining, and Tempra don't need to peek, but they do instead. Kill comes through as a 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately for Tempra, they had P4 left alive.
Fairly easy for Tempra just to hold down that 2v1, and just comes to show that Makers, they can't just sit outside and wait for stuff to happen. Villa, very, very differently played compared to Cafe. You think of the utility. I think you get so much more utility value in Villa compared to what you do in Cafe. Those choke points, so difficult for the players of Makers to really make something happen. And, well, Tempra, commanding position, 5-2. Makers now, they're going to have to go for a bit of a comeback.
You can see that is on their minds as well as Akwi picks up the Ying. Dokkaebi being brought as well, and maybe Makers here looking to try and lean into that utility a little bit more. It's something we saw them bringing out over on Cafe quite regularly. But as of yet, Villa has been a very gunfight heavy affair. It's been like high noon as both these two teams are trying to be the fastest shooter in the West. Tempra though in a good position. For the first time in a long time, they have generated a good lead and are primed and ready to take this map and to take us over onto a clubhouse.
10 seconds left before insertion.
A couple of rounds yet for Makers to have something to say about that, however. We need to see them get something here on attack. They didn't have the most favourable defensive phase. 2 rounds over on the defence isn't really going to cut the mustard here on Villa. They need to be doing a little bit better than that. Now they've got the harder job. They need to try and make something happen whilst on the attack. Of course, not as easy, but still very possible. They need to be showing us that coordination and the ability to get those trades that we've seen them do time and time again. But we haven't really seen MKERS be tested so far.
MKERS taking in from the bedroom side of things. That Ying is going to be a very big operator to make something happen for them. We're spotting out some Valkyrie cameras that are lurking inside a bathroom, and like we've mentioned before, the verticality and destruction that you can gain. I mean, albeit there wasn't too much C4 action, I think, for MKERS in their defense, but still always a potential that we can see on Villa. Sasha, and he goes to walk in. He's on that Dokkaebi. 2 logic bombs still in the back pocket. Dokkaebi call plus a Ying can be a great duo for executing onto bomb sites. Depends on how well coordinated they can play. That wall is going to be a bit of an issue. If Kaid on the board still and can shut down that triple wall, they're going to have to maybe, I think, opt for a nade. But it's going to be a bit of a tough one, I think, for Sasha to land.
Fortunately, both the Cades have been pre-placed, so you are just going to need to get a nade in there, and it looks as though that's what we've managed to do. A C4 coming on through. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't actually manage to destroy the X-Kairos pellets, and the attackers have already squirreled away to safety, so the wall is going to be open. That's going to provide a nice line of sight. Logic bomb call coming on through now as well, but to no result.
Akwi is on that Ying. See if he can make anything happen. The breach is open, and that will cut down the connector rotate. Akwi almost gets caught out. Oh no, and does get caught out! Durza with an audacious swing takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive and kicking. Not for long though, as there's Scato. He appears out of nowhere, but still the Ying has been taken out. Shinka finds Gemini, and Tempra in a commanding lead once again. They're swung in. They're straight into Astro. 2 of them, but are they aware of P4? No, they're not. P4 finds one, has the shotgun. Here's has to sit and wait, and they still don't know. They still don't know that P4's here. Oh, what a blunder from MKERS. Sasha, a 1v3 for him. He has to try and pick up the pieces where his team could not. And he himself, I think, is going to run into the same issue, into a shotgun. Yes, he will. P4. What a player he has become on Villa.
Patience, patience, patience from P4 there. Really looking to sit behind that box very tight, and you can only wonder how confused the comms must have been on the side of MKERS for him not to get called out as being inside of Astro at that moment in time. Pretty unforgivable stuff, and Tempra happy to take advantage of that situation. Puts them onto a match point now. This could be the start of the comeback for them. We haven't seen them win a map as of yet. It'd be a serious comeback for MKERS to grab 4 rounds here and take us to overtime. Stranger things would have happened, but for the time being, it is all Team Tempra. P4 leading the charge, 12 kills as well. Really getting out there, standing up and saying, this isn't where we go out, guys. We are not going out here on Villa.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
1 round away from keeping their dream alive, and MKERS. What's going wrong for them right now? Again, I just think Villa just not as strong for them. They can't get away with the murder that they've been allowed to on other maps with the kills that have came in for them. And Tempra, they've woken up. I mean, P4, I think it has, I think always has the potential to show up on any map and could just be that massive game changer player. And I don't think we've seen it from him yesterday. I think a very relaxed day from him. But right now, whenever his back is up against the wall, he's fighting back. He's not staying down.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This is exactly what Tempra needed as well. They needed a giant map here and a real big round advantage to propel them through, because, you know, winning Villa isn't necessarily going to be good enough in isolation. They then need to go on and they then need to start picking up more maps as well. And there's always that danger with MKERS making it to 2 maps first that they could just clinch a victory on any one of the 3 maps that we have yet to play. So still a great deal of work to do for Tempra, and they can't rest on their laurels just as of yet. MKERS, of course, need to recognise that it is very possible that they could lose a map, and that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It just matters so long as they win on to the next one. For now, we're seeing what we're used to seeing. Some aggression here. Zakwi pushing his way down astronomy stairs. I'll tell you who I wouldn't be wanting to see at the bottom of astronomy stairs, Durza, because that guy is on a tear here on Villa. He really stood up on the attacks. He's making himself well known on the defence as well. Top floor control has been gained into very little cost. A couple of C4s available on the side of Tempra as well, so the attacks do need to keep moving, especially Sledge, as these angles are now being opened and people starting to peek on through.
Voy over towards the living room side of things. There's a couple holes in towards the red stairs and even a deployable shield to his system if he does get pressured. But MKERS have no intention of that side of the map. They're all in for the destructibility that you can gather from the top floor. And as you can see, the kitchen is being absolutely mauled, and Scato finds an easy kill. Suspects that someone's on the astral stairs and eliminates him. Durza gone. Tempra, not a single soul inside of the bomb sites. They've been forced out, and that just shows how strong the vertical destruction is. With a minute to go, MKERS, I think this should be an easy execute with the way it's set up. Ooh, Sash, I think he might have missed the evil eye there, and P4 going to toss out a smoke towards the laundry wall, and still just awaiting inside of China for his opportunity.
Not a lot of time now to set up for this execute, as MKERS need to get themselves moving. Still, angles being held from the top floor, and that's going to do a lot to cut off any rotations from players that are looking to make their way back into sight. Sasha giving a great example of that with a kill onto Chaoxis, but as the swing comes through, it won't be enough. 4 versus 2 now. The defenders, they have not managed to keep or regain any sort of control of that site, and not being allowed in makes it very difficult indeed. Shinka now finding that one of his cameras has in fact been destroyed, and the plant will be confirmed. Boy finds a kill, leveling it out at 3 versus 2, but is it going to be enough? Some hella aggression coming in here from Shinka as he guns his way through with the Alder. The remaining 2 attackers upstairs. A C4, perfect timing. You don't need it in the post plant if you're going to use it now. And Sasha looking to try and get an angle onto the player defusing. Is he going to be able to find it? He can't find the exact angle. He does manage to grab it. That's a double kill for Sasha, and Voy left with not much option but to get himself on. Sasha knows the angle he's got to pick. He knows what he's got to do in this situation. Can he land his shots? No, he can't. Voy, don't thirst after the kill. Confirm that diffuser. Confirm Villa for Tempra.
What on earth have Tempra just performed before our eyes? What a huge round from Voy. Unlucky for MKERS. Just could not find the angle. The Villa floor is a tough one to deal with. Ideally should have been a MKERS win there, but no, Tempra fighting back with all of their passion. Still in it to win it.
Tempra doing a cracking job there. Big honourable mention has to go to P4. 13 kills and 4 deaths throughout the course of those 9 rounds. A real big shift being put in by that player. Tempra, they're not rolling over, Demo. They are not lying down. They are standing up and saying, look, we're not going out on Villa. We want to play you on a few more maps. We want to take this the whole way.
We could still go the whole way, but map number 4 is before map number 5, and that will be Clubhouse, which will be coming up after the break.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now.
Set for a final killing blow to come in there on Villa and for the heads to be lopped off, but MKERS failed to do so. The game being brought back and the series continuing now, boys, off the back of Tempra finally getting some energy and looking a little bit more reinvigorated. Ollie, in terms of what we saw there on Villa, was it glaring issues that were coming out for MKERS or Tempra being able to adapt to their playstyle now?
It was honestly like MKERS had logged into Tempra's accounts and Tempra players logged into the MKERS accounts, because the way that we saw the two playstyles matching off against each other was very reminiscent of the playstyle we saw MKER bring over on Cafe. It was that all out and out aggression, getting into the site, winning some gunfights. There was strategy and there was things that was playing into that, but ultimately MKERS couldn't win a gunfight. They couldn't get a trade off consistently, and that was something that really hurt them. Tempra came in and absolutely steamrolled. If you'd watched that one game in isolation, you'd gone, yep, MKERS are a tier 3 team, Tempra are probably team tier 1 team, and it would be as clear as cut as that. Looking at it in the composition of an entire series and the fact that we're in a best of 5 situation, it gives a real interesting edge to the storyline now that Tempra have chosen map 3 to step up, because now we're faced with the prospect of a guaranteed map 4 and potentially even a map 5 and a reverse sweep. I mean, that would just be beautiful stuff.
It could be balmy. It certainly could be. We'll look forward towards the future in a few moments, though. For now, let's have a glimpse back at the past and check out the stats from that map. Obviously, when we've looked at the stats here throughout the day so far, it's been very one-sided in favour of MKERS. They've been popping off consistently. This time around, Demo, not as impactful when it came to fragging.
No. P4 stepped up massively in this map, and somebody had to. We knew that. We knew somebody had to just say, don't care who they are, we're just going to kill them. And they did just that. I think Durza had some immediate impact plays. He was the real playmaker, you know, the Xavi, you could say, just being able to create those chances for everyone to jump onto. I think Tempra, whenever someone made a play, they were so quick to jump on that opportunity.
I suppose as well, if we look at MKERS, two of the players that have been so loud, their voices have been booming throughout the previous 2 maps. It's Akui and Gemini, both of them really quite quiet here, Ollie.
Yeah, really struggling to get in and amongst the action. Akui getting shut down at quite a lot of different turns, and Gemini as well, leaning more into that support role that we see him do without the addition and that nice little sprinkle of a couple of extra kills than you would expect out of a support player. That's not really, the full picture. I think the praise has to be given to the players on Tempra. It has to be given to Voy. It has to be given to to P4, Voy and Derza, because those are the guys that really stood up when it mattered. And you want to talk about consistency, Shinka getting himself in there, 78, it's a reasonable cost rating, but just so many important kills coming through and only 6 deaths to show for it. A real nice little nuance from that player individually.
The cost might be getting better, but is this too much of a costly matchup? There's still potentially a couple more maps to go on this one. Moving on, of course, we're going into map 4. Demo, you were thinking previously when we looked at the veto, it would end by map 4 no matter what. You thought that map 5 was probably off the cards. Is that still the theory?
It's Clubhouse. Tempra did not win it against Secret yesterday. On the other hand, MKERS, Clubhouse for them has been a very, very strong map. So I worry just off that alone. I think for Tempra, if they can just come out and provide the exact same fundamentals that they've went for, with playing it aggressive, trying to catch MKERS by surprise, looking at their setup. I mean, if you look at Villa, a lot of these different off-site holes, and they just jump in and they've rushed into the bomb site. I think we could honestly see that as well from Clubhouse. If you think about Clubhouse, roaming potential off-site is always an option. You think of the basement, the amount of roams that you can do from above, the SSG hold. You think of gym and bedroom, the amount of teams who will extend it towards cash room. There is opportunity for rushes if Tempra want to go for it.
Tempra, do they know the secret knock to get into Clubhouse, or will MKERS be barring them from entry and making their move to SI? That is the big question on the tip of our tongues, but the voices that will be guiding you through it, of course, are X and Demo. Lads, enjoy this one. It could be the end.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this to be the end here, Demo. I think that with the way that these two teams are facing off, I could probably watch this all night long, but an end does have to come, and this is going to be the second opportunity that we do see MKERS have at making this the end and confirming that spot for Six Invitational 2021. We're headed to Clubhouse. We're going to throw in Tempra. They're on the resurgency. They've had a big map on Villa. They need another big map here on Club.
Club is where we head to. Like I mentioned, we seen Tempra and Secret face off against each other yesterday, and it was a very close game. 8-6 in favor of Secret, so Tempra still pulling it to overtime. They did predominantly better on their defense than their attacks, which I think is expected, though. For MKERS, though, and in terms of how well they can play their Clubhouse, they also played Clubhouse against Secret in that final of the closed playoffs. Secret beat them 7-4, surprisingly. I mean, that Secret game, you still sit there and think, how come MKERS just got rolled over by Secret? We'll never know. We'll never know. Other games as well that MKERS have played Clubhouse. They played it in their first game as well in the bracket against White Tigers, where they took it 7-2. I think that this will be a strong one. I think it will be.
Bans coming through now. Seeing a sledge ban. Interestingly, they're coming out from MKERS. Ace ban as well. Interesting to see Hibana let through, Demo. Something we commented on a little bit over the course of these qualifiers as we are entering into a new meta of Siege, and I'm sure you're all aware of the Hibana changes. You can choose how many pellets to actually fire out of your Xkaros launcher. Makes Hibana a little bit of a better bet for getting hatches open. You can soak up the impact tricks that occur, and it does make the job a little bit easier. No surprise to see Scato making his way straight over onto that operator. Sasha forced over onto the book as well due to the sledge ban.
Yeah, sledge ban. Very interesting to see. Very interesting.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Trying to think of the thought process behind it. MKERS allowing smoke to appear. I think they're very used to banning smoke also in Clubhouse, so them not going for it's a little bit strange for me. Instead opting for the Wamai. Tempra going for the Kaid, which is, it's a good ban. But again, I think it's very surprising though to see a Kaid ban whenever there is no Thatcher ban.
It's always a questionable one. Thatcher really falling out of favour in terms of, ban rate and subsequently in terms of pick rate. It seems as though teams and players have gone, we don't really need him. Even if he's available, we're not going to waste a ban on him. There's more important bans to be taken, especially when you're dealing with a game of this magnitude. A little target ban thrown in there is never too much of a bad thing to do. And it seems as though that's maybe where we could be finding ourselves here. An attempted spawn peek as Tempra are looking to continue their dominance on Villa. But all talk, no result, no damage dealt. Makers are allowed now to get themselves into position. Looks as though we're going to see a bit of a dirt tunnel approach. It's always a good bet to get that open nice and early, but we're already seeing runouts. I can see an enemy detected on the screen, and that enemy is going to be, I believe, P4. Akwi, he's got a double kill. He's gone straight on into sight. What is going on here, Demo? We're at a 3 versus 3. This isn't the clubhouse that we're used to seeing. Akwi, he's going all out and out aggression to take this dirt tunnel. It's not often you see it being pushed from both angles, straight through the fire, and a triple kill confirmed. It doesn't matter that he got himself taken out in the process, as it's still a 2 versus 1. This time in favour of Tempra, and that aggression could maybe cost Makers.
What have Makers just done? 2 of them, they were in the bomb site. 2 of them were in the bomb site. Yes, there's a guy in Dirt Tunnel who's holding your defuse carrier. At that stage, you just sit in the armory, you let the guy sit in Dirt Tunnel, he's no threat to you, you rotate your defuse carrier and you plant inside of the bomb. That's the way it should have went, but somehow, they just went all in for the kill. Akwi literally sacrificed himself just to get the kill. He just sacrificed himself. But at what cost? Ugh!
I mean, it looks at this point, Demo, as though it could be the cost of round number 1, because despite the very favourable position Makers found themselves in, they're now dealing in, it's a pretty tough spot for poor old Sasha. Sure, he's got the diffuser. He's sitting at less than half health. He's going up in a 1 versus 2. There's probably quite a bit of information as to his location. You can see he maybe comes head to head here, but he is, of course, going to get caught looking in the wrong direction. Chaoxis there, shutting the round down. Tempra not fighting or playing into that aggressive play style and going, if you guys want to throw yourself all guns blazing at it, that's fine. Even with a man advantage, we're going to ham back and we're going to guarantee round number 1.
Makers, yeah, just a really strange way to kick things off. But Tempra, they don't care, they'll take it. Round number 1 going in their way. We are expecting Tempra to take more defensive rounds, just with the nature of Clubhouse. And also, they looked pretty good against Secret on the defense as well. Makers, I wonder what side they're going to favour. I mean, I think their attacks have looked really, really strong throughout the course of the day, Ollie. So what do you think? Do you think they'd favour more attacks or defense?
Makers?
Yeah.
I think that they're going to favour... They need to find the groove again. I feel like they're off key a little bit. It's like when you've got a choir of people singing and you can just single out the person that's just a little bit out of tune with everybody else. That seems to be how Makers are playing at the moment. They're not too far out. It's only half an octave or so, but it is out nonetheless. I think they need to find their form here on attack, because we all know what Tempra can do when they get a little bit of a lead under the belt. They're coming off a very hot game on Villa. 7-2 is a decisive scoreline in anybody's book. If they continue, then it could be very difficult for Makers to re-establish themselves in this. I think Makers need to get a couple of rounds on the board here. Clubhouse isn't the map that it once was. It isn't so heavily defender-sided anymore. You can see that in the statistics. It does lean a little bit more equal, as the attackers, one, have got a lot more new tools at their disposal and reworked operators that make things a little bit easier. Though we're going to see the wall open in the typical fashion. Bit of a Maverick trick to remove that reinforcement. What's your thought process here, Demo? What do you prefer? Getting rid of the soft wall first or getting rid of it second?
Soft wall first. Because then it just drops straight away. And usually the way that the Maverick boys, they've went through this plenty of times. They know to get out there just as quick as they can. You look in the position where he is compared to the defenders. He's in no threat whatsoever. He should be fine, just... gonna find the last little bit, and there he goes. And, well, actually, to be fair, Ollie, you say that, he takes a bit of damage. Akwi has found Void, and he's in the bomb site! I think he came in through Garage, and now MKERS, they're storming the battlefield. Sasha, up close and personal, could pull out the shotgun if needed. Has a CA in hand. Lolo finds there's a Shinka. Will find Akwi, and the plant has not went down. Scato has to try and stick it. Shinka tries to peek up. He himself gets blasted away. And Keoxys, all by himself. On the cusp of greatness, but no. MKERS shut it all down. Round number 2 goes their way.
It's getting a little bit tricky to keep up with how quick fire these rounds are being. It seems as though we've only been watching Clubhouse for a matter of moments, and we've seen 2 rounds going in quick fashion. Looks as though we're going to take advantage of the recent pause feature. There's one player there has called for a Rio, so we'll get an admin decision and figure out what is going on. But we've got a little bit to discuss their demo, I'm sure. 2 rounds seen, 2 rush strategies coming out, particularly from Akwi. He seems to be the player that's finding himself in the action, in the sight, as it were. He got caught out in a Toxic Babe in that last round. He got caught out in Goyo Vulcan Shield in round number 1. It seems to be going one of 2 ways at the moment for MKERS in this regard, in this sort of aggressive playstyle that they're trying to bring to Tempra.
Yeah, I think, again, MKERS still going with that opportunity, you know, that chance where they see something, they can make a play. Still as dominant as ever. Whenever the rounds that they win, and they win them well, they look so good. Tempra just getting caught by that. It's not all too often we see a cash room rush. Very rare to see that, and yeah, Tempra just not ready for it. Perhaps Tempra were expecting them to open up the wall, as teams usually do, and then have that rotate over towards the other side into construction. And you know, we've seen it at least 2 players in towards the construction bedroom side, and that's where they kind of got caught lacking. We're expecting that quick garage rush.
Yeah, it was a very sort of old style of attack in terms of Clubhouse, where you get control of the garage, you get control of the main wall, and you look to try and make something happen with that. Whereas as Clubhouse has established itself as a map and attacking metas have developed, it is much more usual to get the main wall open, but of course then apply a little bit of pressure inside of construction, and often sometimes you can get away with not dealing with garage at all and just trying to hold down a bit of a crossfire, or to get an angle onto the player that's playing inside of rafters there. So it was a little bit interesting getting almost thrown back to that sort of rush meta and just, you know, focusing on one little point. But it did seem to work quite well for MKERS there. I think they caught Tempra where they were short. They caught Tempra where they didn't have as many men as they would perhaps like in that situation. You say about the off-site hold extending a bit more into the bedroom area, and what better way to deal with it than not to deal with it, and just to get yourself on into the site and use that choke point that is the door from construction into cash as what you're going to use to gain your kills from. But as if by magic, we are back in the game. No prolonged rehosts anymore. I believe one player was just suffering a few difficulties. So pause the timer, jump out, jump back in, and all of a sudden we are jumping back into Clubhouse.
Here we go, round number 3. That new feature, of course, where the observer can pause the game, is a great one. Great to have. Makes the rehost a lot easier. And now we'll see how Tempra want to deal with it again. So if not mistaken, we've seen Akwi jump in through the server window and then kill the guy in garage. How that happened, I don't know. I don't know how they allow someone to jump into the site as plain as day. Tempra really need to think about it. And I say that, Voy has put a goo mine this time on that window. I don't think Akwi will get away with it again. Like we said, Ollie, a lot of the plays that MKERS have made, it has been bloody murder. It has been.
And the plays that aren't repeatable. The comment you make there, Demo, about Akwi not being able to get away with that again. You don't really want to be making plays in Siege that you have to get away with. You want to be, you know, working on a little bit of consistency, something that's repeatable, something that you can, you know, control the outcome of a little bit more than seeing if you can chance your arm and gamble, roll the dice and get away with your plan. And that's where MKERS, you know, they do seem to find themselves with multiple different options already. We're seeing a very different approach. Akwi likely going to come head-to-head with Durza here as both players are locked on in. Bit of a Mexican standoff as we see the drone coming through from Gemini, going to give a bit of information. Gemini is going to gather that information, keep his drone alive, and Akwi, he's going to get the opening kill. He can dip out of there now. He knows that a large portion of the work down there has been done. Very unlikely for two players to be playing downstairs in Church or Arsenal, and Akwi can rotate after getting an opening kill in less than 50 seconds. Doesn't go responded, and the wall already on its way to being opened.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Yep, right off the rip, that garage control is attempted to be taken by MKERS. One big operator that they have that will have a field day at taking control of that catwalk is the Capital. Scatter, though, he's just been swung, and Lolo did not get the refrag. Really should have been a kill for MKERS there, but Voy very sneakily catch them by surprise. Like I said, the Capital coming back to him with no Wamai means that they can use and abuse the Capital bolts at his disposal, and Voy, he's going to be in for a world of hurt because those fire bolts, big radius of effect.
Akwi again getting himself into a dangerous spot, finding himself in construction, door barricaded as well, so can really choose his time to strike, tentatively finding out any information he can on the drone, and probably just waiting for a bit of a distraction from his teammates. As if on cue, the fire comes through, and it's not going to stop Void from grabbing a kill, getting himself safely out of the flames. The C4 is going to fly down and do a big chunk of damage over onto Sasha. Akwi now making something happen as he was very unaccounted for, and that was the distraction that he needed to strike and gain a kill. Shinka returning to the top of these cache stairs and looking to try and put some pressure on that construction doorway, as Voice still fighting the good fight inside of Garage. Not a great deal of health to speak of, but still a fighting chance.
It's the tense one, 2 versus 2. Akwi and Sasha, both of them west side. Shinka, honestly, in the prime position. All he has to do is not die, and has a bit of a swing, and Akwi takes a bit of damage. Voy has been full blinded, and Sasha can try and take advantage of that. Sweeps in, but no, Shinka has the cover. However, he has allowed Akwi now to get into the bomb site, and he jumps on through, but Shinka, he's ready for him. Huge round from the smoke.
Big round from Shinka indeed. Positioning again, absolutely on point. Such fantastic site play, full knowledge of the site and how it's set up, and just being able to deploy himself where required at the time, being able to get that kill over onto Scato as he pushed his way on through. Very important stuff indeed. Gym and bedroom going to be where we go for round number 4. Wasn't so much of a quick rush in the previous round. I think that MKERS really tried to make something of it, but of course they did lose hard breach relatively early on. And that made then taking construction control very difficult, and it was impressive to see them get as far away with it as they did, just pushing through single doorways and windows, but it ultimately wasn't quite enough for them. Gym and bedroom now a chance for them to try and redeem themselves, grab another round here on the attack, and not let Tempra get too much of a lead here.
Gym bedroom now for Tempra. No change in the attacker lineup. Not a whole lot of changes either for the defense. Smoke is gone though. What do you think about no smoke on this one? I think you kind of need the smoke. Also, no Mira, interesting, not being brought. We've seen actually quite a lot of Mira for the gym and bedroom site on Clubhouse whenever she is open in this map. She is open for both teams. I wonder whenever we see MKERS on the defense, they might bring a bit of Mira to the field.
Yeah, I like the smoke, I like the mirror. I think it gives you something firm to play off. Tempra obviously having other ideas, leaning a bit more heavily into the disruption that the mute jammers provide, the disruption that the banshees provide, Valkyrie and the information, P4 and a bit of information there on the Maestro as well, and potentially a little bit of denial if push comes to shove. So the mirror window and the smoke would have been a good idea against MKERS, just in that they do like to play fairly aggressively, and if they find themselves butting heads with that sort of utility, it would be fairly easy to get a couple of cheap kills off. But as it stands, this is what we're left to deal with. Akwi getting himself onto the balcony, making no bones about it. Looking to drone out cash and call everything as clear, which it is. No presence over in this side from Tempra, instead choosing to play downstairs. Obviously got the Valkyrie and the Malusi both C4 in hand, looking to try and deny a plant, or at the very least some sort of entry on into that gym and bedroom area, as it's a very destructible floor and there's a lot of chance for a nitro cell as the plant's attempted.
MKERS have taken control off Garage and Server and into Quartz Cache as well, so that entire east side is in their control. Oh, Acqui has spotted out a Valkyrie. This could be an easy kill for Gemini. He doesn't want to risk the wall bang. He knows that Valkyrie is tunnel visioned into the hatch, and that's an easy one. Well spotted by MKERS. That's a free kill. That's a C4 gone, Ollie, that you mentioned. So, Tempra in the back foot as MKERS. They have their ideal position. They've taken control of their main beachhead, and they've got one kill onto a roamer. Still two more of them, though, with C4s, and I think someone's went to the pool window potential. That could be an option for them. If they drop down there, could try and neutralize the players as they try and play underneath the gym hatch. And now MKERS will rotate over, and it appears as if they're going to go for the more default play of opening up that jacuzzi.
I find it interesting that Tempra's reaction there to losing Voy on the Valkyrie is to commit another C4 downstairs. It isn't to, you know, get Durza back up onto the site and to try and play some angles. It's to really double down now on that denial and that C4. And whilst it leaves the site a little bit light of players, it does increase the chance of being able to land a couple of those successful C4s. We've just seen Durza toss one out there. I'm not sure if he's detonated it as of yet. Bit of shot now coming in for P4 as Chaoxis is in a bit of a tough spot. Surely has been droned in that position. He's now going to make his swing, and it is going to be successful. Over onto Lolo as he applies a bit of pressure over onto construction and can move now and look to try and pressure onto the window. It isn't going to work out for him though as Sasha finds one, but this is where your C4s are going to come in clutch. This is where P4 has to go huge inside the bathroom. He's got the Alder. Can he cut everybody down? He grabs two, but instead gets traded on out. The C4 now attempting to be planted. Shinka in the prime location. Does he have the information? Look at the players for making stacked up a C4 kill. That's going to do it. Shinka coming in with a nice little double there to close out round number 4.
Shinka! Unreal from him. Saved his team big time. MKERS not expecting the C4 from below, and it has cost them. Ideally, should have went for the plant on the bed. That's the safe position that you can get.
Or just don't stand next to each other.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. You went for the diffuse carrier anyway.
But in that instance, surely, like, let somebody plant and, you know, you've got a chance then of at least one of you staying alive, grab the diffuser, jump onto the bed, get into a different position, and then try and plant
but
still.
But the timer was 0.
Ah, okay.
So even if he killed one, the diffuser still would have been done.
A difficult position indeed for MKERS to find themselves in, and a round that they'll probably look back on and wish had played out a little bit differently. Not enough respect or pressure really given to the players that were playing downstairs, and Tempra's decision to double down on those nitro cells really paying dividends for them. Now we move as we enter Church and Arsenal.
5 seconds to go.
Voy?
Upstairs on Goyo. No doubt going to be giving some Goyo shields.
Interesting, using a C4 for rotation. You don't see that every day. They went for it nonetheless. Trying to clear out some of the drones that are also lurking inside of Garage. A very, very heavy roam game from Tempra, and like I mentioned, sometimes I do fear for Tempra and their very heavy roam games, mostly because MKERS, they're not afraid of going for a quick rush, but they haven't done that. Acqui, he's still in spawn, and he's been able to find the kill onto Voy. Goyo down now, and, well, the thing about Goyo, though, is that his gadget's already been placed, so they're not losing much from him dying. I assume so.
Because he rushed his way all the way up to top floor to use that C4 to make a rotation, so I'm questioning if he's actually been able to place any of these Goyo shields as of yet, or if he was looking to make his way back down onto site.
I assume he has. He's bound to, yeah. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, he's got a couple out there. Yeah.
So it's not too much of it.
It's not the end of the world.
Really. Yeah.
End of the world for P4, though, as he's going to get taken out. And, well, MKERS, where have you been for the past couple of rounds? Is this shaping up to be a flawless one? They had a really storming take last time we saw Church and Arsenal, and arguably threw it a little bit in the end, just over-committing to kills and not focusing on getting that plant down. Now they're sitting in a really good situation. Over half the round left remains. Chaoxis, he's no doubt seconds away from death as the crossfire comes on through. Lolo, the one to secure that kill, and well, the man of the moment, it's Shinka. This time doesn't have a C4, instead 3 Toxic Babe canisters and half the round to try and stave off these attackers. He's going to find one in his process. He's going to get the second no, get shut down in clean sight. Acqui there coming in with a 1-for-1 trade. As MKERS proved successful downstairs in Church and Arsenal.
Yeah, MKERS, whenever they're dominant, they are dominant. That's a round that they need to keep themselves in it. Tempra losing another defense. They've only lost 2, and still 1 more to go. Could we see an even split, perhaps? And if MKERS get an even split, that's a great position for them to be in. Tempra, they really need a 4-2 to keep themselves in it. Kills so far. Akwi versus Shinka seems to be the main headline for you. But still, plenty of time for any one of these players to show up.
Especially with the way that we've been seeing players show up over the course of these qualifiers demo. It could be a round and all of a sudden someone's got an extra 5 kills to their name. We've seen so many aces and so many double and triple kills coming out from all these guys. It really wouldn't surprise me for one of them to make a meteoric rise in that leaderboard. As we stand, moving now into round number 6. It's going to be a round that MKERS have got their eyes firmly set on. To come out here at a 3-3 split on Clubhouse is very favourable indeed. Tempra, however, they're going to be looking to try and lock out this site, get a 4-2,
10 seconds to go.
and then continue on the attack and maybe take us all the way over to Coastline. Don't forget, this is an important map for MKERS. This is a map that could see them confirmed for 6 Invitational 2021. It's also equally important for Tempra because if they want to be there, if they want to have a chance, they need to win this and they need to win out over on Coastline as well. And it will be a huge story. It will be a reverse sweep to end all of reverse sweeps, especially after the way that we saw Cafe playing out.
This is a matchup where it is Nation's Pride versus Team Identity. That's where we're at. MKERS obviously wanting to do this for their home country. Never seen the Italian side have this great of a run. And then for Tempra, this is their chance to step aside from everyone else inside of EUL. They're just not going to be known as, oh, it's just Tempra. They can be known as, oh, it's Tempra. And Voy gets taken out. Akwi from below. He's straight in, as he usually is. And that does not set well for Tempra, losing 1 man below. And, oh my word, look at this. A deadly duo is on the horizon. Akwi, he could be in for a world of hurt if he's not aware of both of these roamers now looking to retake Lounge. You don't see that every day.
It's an important task that must be done. That is going to almost certainly give some of the game away as a drone gets taken out as well. But Akwi has still not moved. His location must be known now as Durza. He's only inches away from being able to see him. Durza, what is going on? It's not a dead body. It's a person. Akwi Ratwee's in the corner again, playing those rat games, finding a kill. P4 nowhere near to take advantage, but will get a kill off as a late trade. Still gives MKERS a firm advantage, and Durza is going to be fuming at that one.
Gonna be ripping. Should have had that one in the bag, 100%. And he's lost his life for it. Granted, the trade is there from P4, but it's a 2-for-1 split. And I mean, Akwi, he got 2 kills for his troubles, and the Ash utility isn't really needed for MKERS right now. They still have a bunch of it in the form of the flashbangs, in the form of the Capital bolts, even flashbang still for the Habana. They have a ton of stuff to deny this. C4 is in the hands of Keoxys, and he's going to have to make it count. Beautifully done by Scato, planting in the offsite. Keoxys, does he know? He may know. P4 has sprinted across. No one's covered. Scato's in the midst of it. He's smoked out. Shinkas ran right past him, and he also gets taken out. Oh, what a chaotic plant for MKERS. But it still works for them. They square it up. 3 rounds apiece.
We had the best view of that action as well from Medics. What a round. You know what, Demo? I almost had deja vu. I was getting flashbacks. It was reminding me of yesterday when we saw Team Secret employing a very similar strategy. All the defenders playing very deep inside a cash room, and then just a Hail Mary of C4s, Toxic Babe canisters and utility come flying over the server rack to destroy any hopes and dreams of getting a plant off. I love the adaptation that MKERS bring in, not planting in the default spot. And well, the confusion, it must have been running rife as we could see both players sprinting into either building, and the crossfires that were established by MKERS paying dear dividends. MKERS there going to be very happy. A 3-3 split, wasting no time, straight downstairs to try and lock another round in. Church and Arsenal here. This is an exciting one.
Right. even as it goes. Side switch now. MKERS will have 6 rounds, potentially, on the defense. Tempra, potentially 6 rounds on the attack. And, well, if we see the sides go for, again, another even split, 3 rounds apiece, and we go to overtime, and that's where the fun begins. MKERS opting for the basement right off the rip. Lineup, plenty of info, Valkyrie and Maestro. Even the Banshees as well, a form of information that you may not think it, but no, definitely is. If someone's trying to push down that blue, you will hear the buzz, and you will know that they are there. Akwi, he may be looking for, again, another one of these rat plays, Ollie, that you keep coming back to, in behind the bar. I've seen plenty of times where teams have misthrown that, and it has ended up with a very easy kill to whoever is lurking. 2 players straight away into Dirt. Sasha, he's on the cams, see where he's been droned. And Durza, he's not afraid to take the challenge. There's very little utility inside of Dirt Tunnel, and Durza is going to come down. Look at Tempra. They're coming down from blue, but as soon as he swings, Gemini is ready for it. Chaoxis, though, he's starting to make work, and he's found one, and P4 walks into the bomb site, but he himself gets taken out. Lolo playing with a shield to give himself some cover and some information. Gemini takes down another. Came all tumbling down for Tempra. Chaoxis, though, swings in and gets sent back from which he came. And Voy, he's ran away. He wants none of it.
A lot of wandering there, Demo. A lot of wandering into the bomb site, just wondering what will happen. Not seeing barbed wire in the dirt tunnel, you think that all of your Christmas wishes have been granted, but little did you know there were players with crosshairs trained on that doorway, straight onto your location. It was surely only a matter of time. The rush really not working out there for Tempra. Voy getting caught out on the default camera, diffuser not in hand. Probably could do worse than just to have a conversation with his team at this point. It's a 3 versus 1, and he doesn't have a great deal of health. He's got a bit of drone work to do. P4's got a drone out there along with Durza, and Voy's got 2 of his own. So there's information for him. There is time for him to try and break this down, but MKERS are looking in a pretty strong position. Not looking to move, not looking to make too vast a rotate, and just happy to play Voy into their sights. Voy knows that he's going to be coming up against someone here, but he can't risk a slow peek. This needs to be quick and it needs to be fast. It's going to be neither as he gets downed. Lolo coming in and picking up that final kill. I believe a double for him on the round as MKERS, the first time, start to streak a little bit of a lead.
Tempra attempting a fast play through dirt and blue. But MKERS were ready for them. They knew what was up, and they put them down. MKERS is a good way to start things off. First defense win for them, and now they head for Gym and Bedroom, not going for the cash. Gym, seen as the more tertiary bomb site on Clubhouse, but if they're feeling confident and they know that they have to win every bomb site, then they may as well go here anyway. Durza, really rough time. James Bond has entered. Hopefully he doesn't stick around for much longer.
I don't see a warden.
No, there it is.
I've just got to let everyone know at home, Demo, because you know not everyone operates.
See, I didn't want to mention it, but you know, yeah, it's not.
You know what? It's worth a mention though, and it isn't to rag on Durza, but he had a standout game over on Villa. Serious games previously in, and especially yesterday versus Secret, and then to come into Clubhouse, 0 kills. You know, we're now into round number 8. We've seen 7 rounds so far, dying every single round, even the rounds that Tempra have won. Got to be some sort of question starting to be asked there, especially if you're going to be playing onto Ash. We've obviously seen him suffer to the hands of, you know, a bit of siege timing and siege luck. Especially, I think back to that kill that Akwi got onto him, where Akwi was playing Sleeping Tigers and just lying down prone on the floor, still as a statue. But still, I'm sure there's more that he wants to show us in this game. Another thing that you mentioned, Demo, was the mirror. MKERS are opting to bring that mirror. It's as though they're going to play pretty less than standard one. Usually you play it on the wall that looks into construction. It is also an option to play it on that one as well, but it can often get eaten up quite easily.
MKERS on the roam game for the Gym and Bedroom. Someone lurking inside off blue right now. And P4 will spot him, so they know that there is a roamer. And actually misses the drone as well. That's good info for Tempra. Also helps Durza quite a bit, so now they know someone is going to be on the staircase. How are they going to approach it? Akwi doesn't have a shield, surprisingly. Thought he would have been given one by the Goyo, but no, not at the moment. Durza using the old knife trick to try and bait in any shots that may come in. And Tempra, a lot of utility. Whenever teams are holding in towards cash room, you need to use a boatload off it to secure this position. This is usually where teams establish their main staging ground, and P4 has fired off the stairs, and that's a perfect pinch as Voy has picked up that kill. Durza onto Lolo, and Tempra, a great clear so far.
Things coming up all Team Tempra at the moment. 5 versus 3 with over a minute yet left to play with. 3 C4s still available on the side of MKERS. Are they going to go for a similar situation where they try and deny the plant vertically? They can certainly try and do that with Mirror. Scato is already in that location. It's on Tempra now to try and formulate a bit of a plan and to make something happen. Looks as though they're going to open up the hatch, but they didn't account for the C4 pre-placed. Sasha there, going to be delivered some goods. He does a little bit to regain the man count. C4 for a kill at this point is more than favourable, but there's still the threat of a plant going down. Durza doesn't seem to be getting much pressure as Gemini is looking to hold on to his window, but that's locking Gemini into that engagement. It's leaving Scato with quite a lot to deal with himself. Window has been prepped, so we could go for an aggressive run out here, but it's unlikely to give Gemini exactly what he wants, as drones are going to now start to work on through and figure out where players are. Those shields there being destroyed, and it's a dangerous time where the mirror windows could come to work against you, so it makes sense to get those bad boys open. And then you can't be held hostage by your own mirror window. 10 seconds left, and we're going to be seeing a rush coming in through here from Tempra, as we're going to see gunfire is the order of the day. 2 kills in either direction, but it leaves Tempra in a good situation. Gemini, last man standing, still got a C4 in hand to do something. He draws for the pistol, gets the kill, and player comes off the diffuser. 6-man coming in again for MKERS there, as Time will be winning out the round.
Patience! Like a crouching tiger waiting for his prey. And he strikes. Phenomenal work. MKERS pulling off a 5 versus 3. And again, like you said, Ollie, that old friend of MKERS, Time, is by their side once again. 5-3, another massive clutch coming out.
That's a massive clutch, and it's also a massive round in isolation, because 5-3 starts to sound pretty good. You know what sounds even better? 6-3. That puts MKERS on match and series point. Those guys are going to be pretty hyped at this moment in time, and Tempra recognise the importance of this round. Round number 9 is going to be a huge one for them. They don't want to give MKERS the chance of getting onto that match point. Look how well MKERS won downstairs in Church and Arsenal. That's still coming up for them in round number 10, regardless of what happens here and now inside of Cash and CCTV. MKERS have a serious chance here to make something happen.
Oh, here we go. 5-3, MKERS. Close round last time, still managed to pick it up. Now we see their third bomb site choice. Cash is their option. Gym and bedroom mostly working out, and same with the basement. Don't think we're seeing any bar. No one sees any bar. It's a bomb site not loved by anyone in any region, anywhere. If you love a bar, well, that's unfortunate for you. Let's see now how Tempra want to kick things off with their attack with the Capitao. It kind of screams Garage Take in many ways with that Wamai ban. Keep in mind, Ollie, that it was MKERS who banned the Wamai. We've seen them take good value with the Capitao, but now equally, it can work against them.
Do MKERS have a plan to try and deal with it? It looks, at the time, for the time being at least, as though they're going for quite the off-site hold. We've got 2 players dedicated to strip and bedroom. As walls getting opened, and Shinka seems to be having a bit of a tough time of things, as not quite as straight as maybe he would like, but it's going to give Voice something to work with and at least something to clear. But no, the wall now will be struggling to get opened, as it's going to be on to Chaoxis to try and deploy some Hibana pellets, and that of course means that it's one or the other. It's either main wall or it is construction. That's a huge C4 coming in there from Sasha, and that's going to do a big number in locking this round in for MKERS.
Yeah, he's going to have to use the Hibana pellets now to open up that main breach like we've seen with the Capitao. They're opting for a Garage Take. MKERS have also opened up the entire construction wall as well. So that's going to be, I think, a bit of an issue for Tempra. That's another angle that you have to be aware of. Just something more that Tempra have to worry with. And if Tempra start worrying, the MKERS, they're going to start sweeping rounds again, like we see them do in Cafe. Lolo. Smoke. SMG. The FMG9 is his choice. Don't see that. Ever.
Obviously feeling like the situation calls for it. Maybe thinking he can hold Garage a little bit better. Diffuser in a bit of a sketchy spot as well, just at the entrance to that breach. It makes it very difficult for Tempra to try and recover that. As it really looks as though they're floundering at the moment. It looks as though they've lost their plan and lost their way, but Kioxis is going to try and drag them back on course. Scato is going to get taken out. He was, of course, off-site roaming. Toxic Babe Canister's making it difficult for anyone to do anything at that doorway into Garage, but the Capital Firebolts come on through. Lolo, can he find the kills that he needs here and hold on to his location? The answer, for the time being, is going to be no. Void comes in, manages to get a great kill there from the main breach. Gemini sees a good chunk of damage in return. Acqui now joining the fray, seeing if he can get involved and do anything to drag his team back into this. They are by no means out, and with that down onto Durza, it's starting to look pretty good here for MKERS. The diffuser has been recovered. P4 is going to have to go huge, and he finds a headshot, but instead ends up walking into the direct line of fire. 2 versus 2 now, with not a lot of health on the side of MKERS and a down on the side of Void, but that's going to be 2 quick kills coming in for MKERS, and that's going to lock in match point here on Clubhouse. Match and series point.
Could this be it? Potential final round in this best of 5 grand finals. MKERS in the lead. All they have to do is hold out for one more round. Tempra have to play these next 3 rounds perfect. No slip-ups. No safety net beneath them. One mistake and they're done.
This is a big round, Siege fans. Strap yourselves in, because if the whole series has been anything to go by, it's going to be explosive. MKERS, they are going to be thrilled to be in this position. They recognise just how much is weighted onto this round. We saw the passion yesterday in the interview, and you can only imagine what is going on in their boot camp right now. Church and Arsenal, a very favourable site for them as well, as that site rotation is really working out for them here. Tempra, what are we going to see from you? No more time for mistakes, no more time for missed rounds. This isn't like Villa. This really is do or die. I doubt that we're going to see much of a rush coming out from Tempra, as that would just leave too much in the lap of the gods. They need to come out with a very clean and decisive clear here, and a good execute coming in. And what greater map, what greater bomb site demo for it to happen on.
Tempra, what have you got left, if anything? Lineup hasn't changed for Tempra. Not a lot of changes for MKERS either. What approach are Tempra wanting to go for? It's not the same rush that we seen the last time, much more slow and composed. They cannot put themselves at the mercy of another rush failing. As MKERS right into that very early on. It was a pretty easy hold. Theirs is in towards the top floor, but are they aware that Acqui is lurking? No, they are not! And that is a monumental kill for MKERS.
It's not what you want to see. Acqui getting himself out there, opening blood as well onto Voy. Voy, a player that's had a quiet series so far, but you really don't want to lose that utility that Zofia brings. You've still got, you know, Maestros to deal with. You've still got Gemini to root out of awkward corners. You've still got Malusis you want to try and get rid of. There's a lot left to do yet. Acqui may be getting a bit too aggressive there, but it's going to pay off in his favour as he finds the kill over onto Durza. Nice little headshot, 2 kills out on the roam, and his job here is done. He can retire onto site. I'm sure his team are calling for him. Get yourself back down here. Let's all start holding angles, and let's continue to lock this one in.
Tempra, dire straits for them. How is this one going to play out for them? They need some kills, and they need it fast. Half the round still to go. And they're still trying to get open some of the hatches. What is happening to Tempra right now, Ollie?
Tempra are struggling in this instance. It really isn't looking all too good for them at all. They've got a minute left to play with, and we're still entering golden hour demo. We're entering those golden seconds that is the bloodbath. Gemini doing his bit to try an impact trick, but of course with the Hibana change, it does make things a little bit more viable. Chaoxus can sit there and continually deploy 2 pellets over onto that hatch. Eventually it will get opened. Of course you need 4 to fully open. It is going to give Tempra something to play from, but is it going to be enough?
45 seconds. MKERS. All of them are quite content, sitting on site and waiting for Tempra to make their move. How do Tempra want to play this? It looks like a blue drop may be on the cards for them. All 3 of them stacked up in that one area. Lolo has a shield. He played well from the last time. Can he do it again? P4 takes a hefty amount of damage. Gets shot through the walls. Smoke is holding them out as much as he can. Chaoxus, he's still above. He's going to need to try and help them as Tempra are slowly but surely being locked out. This looks as if it's going to go in favor of MKERS, and there's a kill that will assist them in that. Chaoxus and Shinka. Shinka in the 1 versus 5. 1 kill, but not the other. The Italian dream has came alive. MKERS have shot themselves into the SI. How on earth? We have never seen anything like this before. History has been made. We have witnessed greatness.
MKERS have made it. The pride of Italy, the tier 3 team that have made a spectacular run through these qualifiers, have made it to the 6th Invitational 2021. Congratulations to that team. And I'm sure that we are going to hear from them very shortly in the form of an interview. But Demo, what a cracking fixture we have just seen there.
We will never witness anything like this again. No way. MKERS come into these qualifiers and have walked away with the SI spot while also beating 4 professional teams.
Yeah, it's quite the feat. We've not seen a tier 3 team come in and cause this much disruption before. We've seen it of Challenger League teams. We've seen it of teams that, you know, not that you would expect it from, but it's a little bit more allowable. But for a tier 3 team to come in to make this sort of a run is incredible. They are heading to an international stage. We cannot stress the importance of 6 Invitational enough. It is where the best of the best go to battle it out for the crown, to battle it out for that big old hammer. And well, MKERS, they have made it.
Yeah, the 6 Invitational, of course, is the biggest tournament that Siege has, and for any team out there, that is always the dream. And well, for MKERS, a dream which reality should have been shot down days ago in the closed qualifiers has still went on. Mate, I am not prepared for the interview that I think is going to come up. I am not ready for it.
I think we're probably going to need a bit of time until the interview, because I can only imagine. I think if I take my headset off, I can probably hear Italy from here, because it is going to be absolutely going off. You know, it's going to take a minute or two, I'm sure, to tie one of them down to a headset and a microphone before we can actually get Jackie in to speak to somebody. But what an incredible series. MKERS, you know, it's been an incredible run for them. And if you want a bit of a silver lining for some of the Pro League teams out there, at least it wasn't just one Pro League team that they beat. They managed to go out there and they managed to beat 4. So you can't feel too bad as the 4 Pro League teams, because you're all in the league together. You can kind of start to allow that sort of performance. But just such an incredible bunch of players. We've seen so much talent and a lot of heart. I know there was questions coming into today on, you know, how much they've got in the tank. They're a very new professional competitive roster. I'm already calling them professional. You know, it is crazy how these things can start to change very quickly overnight, but they're a very new and developing competitive roster. They've got some young players on there as well. You know, they've got some people that have only turned 18 a matter of months ago, and to be able to come in here and to show us that, one, yes, they do have the stamina for a best of 5. Yes, they do have the stamina to get beaten and the mental fortitude to get beaten 7-2 on Villa, and then to bounce back over on Clubhouse and to, you know, get back on the horse and just look like nothing had happened and be, you know, that's fine. We can deal with the 7-2 loss. We reset our mental and we get straight back into it. They've done a cracking job.
For MKERS, I mean, the run that they've had has been just incredible. I mean, it just shows what our qualifiers in EU is like. It's absolutely wild. You can never call anything. It's the same year after year. And this is probably the greatest of all of those years. It has been absolutely ludicrous. You know, we sat there and thought, you know, who's going to get the invite spot? It has to be one of the pro teams. But no, MKERS. Anyone have any betting on MKERS winning this? Because if you did, you'd probably be a millionaire.
Yeah, I think it's not something that many people would have predicted. I'm not sure if the Makers guys would have predicted it themselves. Obviously, they knew they were capable, but maybe they didn't know exactly how they stacked up against these Pro League teams. I'm not in, the circles that the Italian teams, sort of discussing and talking. We're not in those sort of communities, but I don't know who they go out there and scrim. I don't know if they're a very well-known team in Italy or not, but for them to just come out here and to, put to shame a lot of the EUL teams, it really does just go to show the talent that these tier 3 leagues really do foster. It's something that we've seen, ourselves through our own national league here in the UK, as we've seen, players and teams coming up through and, making albeit a bit of a slower rise than the Makers have made it right now, but it just goes to show the pedigree that a lot of these players have got on this raw talent for Siege, which is just so entertaining to watch.
Yep, great point. I think everyone in EU knows how strong our grassroots competitions are, stemming from every national league. You look at our CL season filled with all different teams from all different countries, and now we've got to the stage where this is just happening all the time now. These teams who are being fostered in their own national leagues then all of a sudden just show up and can perform. We've seen it before. Teams like, for example, Tempra themselves, whenever they were back as Izzy Dream, they came out of nowhere and they went and they won the CL. Anything can happen in Siege, and it's all about how you show up on the day. And well, I mean, for the most, Makers showed up for the week.
Yeah, never mind showing up for just the day demo. That's amateur level stuff. Makers are like, you know what, we're just going to show up for the entire week, and then I'm sure we're going to have a good relax over the Christmas period, and those guys deserve it, and I'm sure they're going to be putting a lot of work in ahead of Six Invitational over in February, because that is ultimately their prize here and now. Sure, they get the kudos, they get the recognition, and they get the pat on the back that they've beaten 4 Pro League teams, but the ultimate prize is for them that they now get to go and compete on an international stage with the best teams in the world, all fighting out for a chance. And Makers, they are going to be a part of it as much as any other team, make no mistake. From what we've seen here today and from what we've seen over the course of the bracket over the course of this week, it's just been an incredible run. I get excited when I see new up and coming players that you've not necessarily heard of, you've not seen a great deal of, you don't really know what you're going to expect, and it really gives a real excitement in the bones of this is what Siege is all about. It's about the underdog coming out of nowhere and just flicking onto people.
Obviously, commiserations for Tempra, it has to be said. Put up a great showing. You look at the Tempra that played here today compared to the Tempra that played in the first split of EUL, what a phenomenal transition. And I think from what that team has showed us throughout the course of these qualifiers, they are definitely going to be a team to reckon with in the next split. I'm really looking forward to see how much more potential that Tempra can show us and how much more they can grow.
Yeah, as you say, it's always a game of two sides, and there's always another team to talk about here, and that other team is of course Tempra. You've got to feel for them. They've not had the best day in Siege wise. We saw him show up in a big way over on Villa, and you could look back and ask yourself, where was that team for the other maps, and where was that team for the entire series? Because with the talent that we've seen them display, they're capable, and they're lucky to be able to pull this out. But then again, so does pretty much every professional team out there. They're all very capable people. Yeah. It's as your favourite saying, Demo, is who shows up on the day. Today Makers showed up. Just so happened that yesterday Makers showed up as well, and they've consistently been showing
up. And the day
before,
and the day before that, and the day before that, yeah.
But again, it drops us back onto consistency. Consistency is something we talk about all the time throughout Siege, and it's consistency in gunfights. It's consistency in terms of what you are able to do, what your role is, and if you can complete that task and that objective, more rounds than not. And that's something that so far today and over the course of this series, we've seen Makers be the team that are able to complete that tick list more often than the other teams. That's why they're in this position.
Obviously, we have to keep in mind that Makers, very, very new team, and for them to get these results is, again, unheard of. We have to keep hammering that home. We've never seen anything like this before inside of Siege history. And the question is, Ollie, they go to SI, can they do any impact to some of the big dogs that they will be facing?
I'm going to be cheering for Makers at SI, I think, now off the back of this. You've got to be, haven't you? You've just got to be cheering for Makers and the guys. We've seen them come out and put in such a good performance. There's no reason why they can't go out there and take some maps and some rounds off some of the other teams that are going to be out there competing. we're on the main channel, so we can't be too biased this time. But if we're on the UK channel, I'd say that EU's always better than NA. But I can't say that because we're on the main channel this time.
We only have one UK player. Keep this in mind for us anyway, and that's Citizen.
I very specifically use the term EU because the UK representation at SI this time isn't looking great.
I mean, let's be honest, we're all Shaiko fans at the end of the day, so
everyone's a Shaiko fan, and I'm sure that the Italian team of makers are going to be gaining a few more fans.
Ooh, Lolo versus Shaiko
as well.
That's a fun one. That could be a very good matchup. But hey, that's for SI again. Just waiting for our interview. Having a couple issues with getting Torek in for, I think, good reasons. He's probably ecstatic, and it looks as if we're ready to see how he's feeling. Jackie, take it away.
Thank you, Demo. You are absolutely right. Finally, I get to speak to you, my man, Torok. Honestly, brother, well played, man. The entire team has smashed it. You've done the unthinkable. You've walked away with a best-of-5 win. You're going to SI. Just, what's this like right now? It must be a ridiculous feat for the roster.
Okay, so first of all, and the reason why I'm very calm now compared to yesterday as well, it's because the reason I'm here today again, it's because I just want to be, I do believe I am the better representative of my players. Not to say that I take much more credit than any of them or credit at all. This is because my English is better. Some of them don't even have the camera. They're not comfortable. But you will be seeing them at the Invitational, so that's it, really. And so I'm here today because, as you can see, very, very fast as well. So really, I just want you to, in the little time that we have, I want to tell you as much as I can about these guys.
I'd love to hear about it, man.
So
that's what I'm here for.
So even before saying, like, how are we feeling? Like, any of you can imagine, like, how are you feeling? I guess, I mean, if you were to be in our shoes, you must be ecstatic. Okay, so that's how they are feeling. So the first things to say is, like, yesterday was like Aki's birthday, and we really, really wanted to make him this gift, this present to him, and I believe we succeeded, everyone together. And then what else to say? Like, I'm very calm at the moment because, like, I have the understanding that when you put in the effort, the preparation, and you have like a team of people with the right proper mindset, that you like, everybody's like acknowledging what is going on. Like, you could tell, guys, I think some of you have been told, because I didn't check the interviews much, or you guys talking, and you say that our journey was hard, or maybe something like, it's taking a lot of effort out of us. Like, this is, it's been 10 days, 7 days, whatever it is. I've lost complete control of time. Even my schedule, sleep, my staff, my players. It's insane. So all of that to say what? Don't stop now. All of that to say that it is an achievement. Every day, every play day we played, we learned something. Like, people is screaming, "Oh, you're a T3 team! Like, how the hell? How is T3 that good?" And we're like, sure, we had a good base, we had a good team, we got a good squad. And then we was like, okay, we have this match. It's our first match. We're up against Rogue. We have to prove everything. Like you said, these guys have nothing to lose. So we proved it. And we proved what we could do. And we didn't have much anxiety. And we made it. The next day, we had, Chaos. So we had Chaos, and we were like, oh, wait, now that we won, we proved who we are. And now maybe we're a bit shaky because all of this can crumble. And we have to really keep our heads into the game. And then we played, and then in Coastline in the first half, we started getting anxiety. And so we were like, we managed to win the match because we have absolutely insane players. And then we were like, okay, guys, now we need to process this. Today, we suffered the anxiety. Today, we suffered a different mindset. And so we went on to process that and on to the next match, which was yesterday. It was 2 days ago, Secret. Completely lost track of time. Against the Secret. And against Secret, we had like one worker in our in-game leaders, Aki's house, like hammering the wall behind him for 8 hours straight. And he was like, oh my God, guys, I cannot concentrate. and all the other teammates would hear it in the microphone, like, don't. And so we had to play, like the finals of like that. It was hard. And that day we were like, okay, now we need to process this. There are interferences from outside. We need to deal with them. So like right now, I'm spoiling it for people out there who would like be like, yeah, we need to make a good team. Where should we approach it? How are we gonna get where we want to get? So yeah, I don't want to spoil anymore. But really, this is all it was. It was like a journey. Every day we had to learn something new. Every day we had to fight new challenges, and we had to overcome them on the fly during the game. So really, today we proved to ourselves what dedication, talent, and mindset can do. And really, we're just mind blown. This is what you can accomplish.
Absolutely, man. It's come
Sorry.
across. The
Sorry
hard
if
work
I
paid
took
off.
that long.
No,
Yeah.
honestly, it's fantastic. to
I
hear,
think it was
brother.
a journey
It's your moment.
worth sharing. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. It's incredible as well, even to find out that about the external factors that are coming in to affect it. Because I wanted to speak to you a little bit about Akwi. Because obviously, when we spoke yesterday, you were saying how he is relatively young. It must be so much pressure as well, in the sense of someone that's coming into that scene, coming into an environment now where you're going from nationals to SI, and he played incredibly. Like he really turned up over the course of the past few days. Was the pressure there, or is he just cool? Is he just somehow able to brush this off no matter what?
I mean, are we still talking about Akwi, for example? Yeah, the thing with him is like that. Sure, he maybe feel pressure, but his knowledge of the game is so high. Like I saw one guy in chat, like Merck, I believe from TSM, and he said like, "How is it possible that Ash is in server at 2 minutes?" And yeah, now I'm spoiling like the talents of my player because he knows that he can do it. So that's it. Like sure, he feels excited just as much as everyone else, but he is that good. He can do it.
Yeah, I think the entire team have proven that. I wanted to ask as well, just in terms of obviously the whole Makers squad, now you are the sole representation of Italy going into SI for 2021. Like already as terms as a roster, just as you guys, you've proven that you've got that impact, that you've got the passion, you've got the drive. But in terms of representing your country, going into SI, what's this like? It must be a dream come true, right? There must be so much more put on you where you want to show that next level of what Makers can achieve now when we get to SI.
Yeah, I mean, we've been at like a tsunami, and these the effects of the ripples that the wave caused will be seen in the next few days, weeks, months, even. Like we know that we made history today for our country. For our country, of course, we try to keep humble, but for our country, we made history, and we can't wait to see where we can take this. And in the coming days, everyone will be like, "Guys, you made this," and we were like, "Oh yeah, we actually did." So, as I told you, right now we are in. I mean, I am processing it, so I will see in the next few days.
In terms of the next couple of days as well, in the next few months, really on the build-up towards the 6th Invitational, what's the preparation going to look like? It's clearly been shown that you've been putting in the time and the dedication, but what's left to come for you going on to SI?
Yeah, I mean, I've already spoiled like most of how my team works. So yeah, like I mean,
Just give it all away.
Either I'm getting fired or whatever. And some people know me because I don't really speak. Like I live in the shadow because we're working hard. But as you said, this is our moment. We need to share it. So I think I've shared enough. And how we're gonna go and proceed, I won't say more. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. I can't wait to just see it when we get there in person. And honestly, at this point, I think it's understandable. You've given me so much insight into the team. It's been great to watch you guys over the past couple of days and really learn to see what the Makers squad can do. I will let you go as well and let you get some time with the rest of the roster. But before that, I did want to ask just anything from the heart. If there's anything you want to say off the back of what has been history over the past couple of days, take the mic, take a stand, brother.
I mean, today was like I'm not good at speeches yet. I need to learn, I guess. But what I mean to say is that I have a history with this game. I will always remember like the words from Alexandre Remy. He used to be, I don't remember his proper position, was like creative director or director of the game anyway. And I remember clearly, like maybe 1 year after he said that, I used to be in Pro League again at the very beginning, and we had lost. I had to make a new team, and we had to come back, and it was hard. There was no organization, no support, no salary, nothing, and we did that for years. But I still remember his words, and he was like, "Guys, stick around because the scene is growing, because CG is here to stay. Stick around, and you will see your dreams fulfilled, or something. Or anyway, there will be a spot for everyone." Okay. And so I stuck around, and eventually managed to meet these amazing people that makes for my team, and which I'm so thankful to be part of. And really, like again, I'm here to be a representative of them. Sure, I have a story, but now it's our story. It's Makers.
And you've made history. Thank you so much, Torok. It's been a pleasure to speak to you, brother. Genuinely, I wish you and the team
Thank you, Jackie,
a
really.
world of success going forward into SI. Thanks so much for popping on and speaking to me, and congratulations today.
Thank you very much. I can't wait for you guys to meet all of my teammates.
It'll be beautiful stuff,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I can't wait.
Bye-bye, guys. See you.
Goodbye, brother. Thank you, man. Wow. Torok, the legend himself from Makers, the roster that have made it to SI. The last spot from Europe that was up for grabs has been grabbed. It's been snatched by the Italian Stallions that made this one look quick smart as they shut it down on a 3-1 split. X demo. This has just been ridiculous, right? What a feat. What an achievement.
It's been a cracking display from MKERS, really, hasn't it? They've come out there and, you know, they've not made it look too easy. They did drop a map in the middle of the series, but they've finished very strong indeed. Just so happy for them. You can see how much it means to Torok as well. You know, the guy is absolutely buzzing. He's wired with excitement, and I'm not surprised.
No, it's rightly so, man. You know, coming straight from the heart. Beautiful to hear his sentiments, see how he's feeling about the roster, about what they've done today. Demo, a 7-free shutdown on a third map there. Overall, they walk away with their heads held high from this one. What happened? Is there anything you can give me? Any insight that you can pull out for me? Because this was just a slaughter.
Just click heads.
I mean, to be fair, the stats don't lie, right? 16-6 for Akui. So consistent throughout the day. He was just giving it, Demo.
Yeah, MKERS right the way through. The gun skill outshined everyone. Gun skill is something that you just have. You have it or you don't. And MKERS, all of them have it. Every single one of them had a great moment today. Obviously, commiserations to Tempra. Really unlucky for them not winning out this series. Another professional team falls to MKERS, and I mean, MKERS, the fact that they have trumped everyone but Secret, so Secret can take something away saying, hey, at least we beat them. You know, it's it's not that much of an accomplishment, but still something. And yeah, MKERS just beating everyone. Really, really impressive from them right the way through.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely popped off. I think we can have a look at the bracket as well and try and tell that tale a little bit better if anyone doesn't know the journey they've been on just throughout the past 2 days alone. Coming in here in the semi-final, they had to go up against Na'Vi, obviously the UK side that has a lot of talent. We were sat there talking about the fact that this is going to be a hard match. This is a lot of gunners. This could potentially be a 2-0 for Na'Vi, but Ollie, it was not the outcome we expected.
No, it wasn't. And, you know, I think I still back our decision to give the respect to the professional team and to give our sort of prediction over toward Na'Vi there, because we do see upsets in these qualifiers. We do see teams that you don't really expect that come out of left field and make their way into these kind of positions. But then when the game started to get underway and we started to see just how MKERS were looking to play, it became very stark and very apparent that even if that had gone to 3 maps, I'm pretty sure it would have gone toward MKERS. They played exceptionally well and they did a cracking job of taking Na'Vi out in 2 maps. Very clean siege indeed.
Yeah, and then obviously the second semi-final that we had yesterday, that is how Tempra found their footing to get to the final. The 2-1 victory over Secret. I spoke to Voy, and they wanted to get the bed. They wanted to get their rest in for today. They were up bright and early. The dedication came through. It was still close as well. Even though it's a 3-1 split there, Demo, there was some tight individual performances on those maps, right? It went down to the wire.
Yeah, plenty of rounds where it really could have went either way. I mean, Shinka had a great deal of clutches that he had to kind of go through today as well. I mean, we have to come back to Cafe. Cafe was so dominant for MKERS, and that was like the real turning point where I think we kind of all realized that, yeah, they're pretty good with their gun skill. Consulate, again, very, very big risk from Tempra. Could have also won that one. We could have seen a different outcome of the entire series if Consulate went the way. Villa just shows that a map like Villa, you just can't just burst your way through it. You have to take it slow, you have to take it steady, and MKERS really falling to the playstyle that is Villa. But ultimately, Clubhouse, where they can have a bit more freedom, much more open, less choke points, and yeah, they had fun with it. You know, we see them jumping in through windows into the site within the first minute. Very, very aggressive.
It felt like the Rome game was unmatched, right? Some of the plays that were coming out from Akui as well, when he was on defense, there was just nothing that could be done. Countless multi-kills that were picked up that basically just crippled Tempra so many rounds. Is there anything that could have been done differently there, Ollie?
It's a really difficult one, because when you've got a player like Akui that's willing to get himself out there, put himself in the line of fire on the risk of, you know, kill or be killed, and then if you get the kill, maybe go on to get another and all of a sudden put your team in a really good position. Just think back to that last round we saw on Clubhouse. 2 opening kills for Akui, getting himself back down onto site, because he knew at that point the job had been done. You know, attacking onto Church and Arsenal 3 versus 5 isn't really where any attacker wants to be. It's not a very, you know, you look at the statistics based on all the siege and how that plays out, and I tell you now, I don't need to look, but the defense defenders are going to win more than they lose. And for a player like Akwi to be able to get out there and to just play with no fear, that's the dangerous thing. It's not that he didn't temper or change his play style for the magnitude of this game here that was for a Sport 6 Invitational. He played his siege and he played exactly how he wants to play, and that's aggressive. That's running out. It's getting himself into engagements, and when someone can play that naturally, it makes it very difficult then to try and come up against that and combat it. So on the side of Tempra, I believe that they gave it the best shot, but they were just seriously outclassed.
They were outskilled on the day. And that's the way it goes. The 3-1 shutdown in the final. This was the last match we had. It was a best of 5 to decide who gets the final spot to SI. And now we know the Italian side have taken it. MKERS have made history. And they are setting their sights to potentially make more when we get to SI. When we get in the 2021. It's given us a gigantic Christmas present to look forward to. And I can't wait until we can start dissecting how that's going to go. The sole representation of Italy. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Before we start to wrap this one up, boys, any final thoughts, anything you want to bring out about what has been an outrageous 2 days, starting with you, Demo?
I'm glad to see we got a good glimpse of the new meta. A lot more change-ups with different operator selections, bans as well. Bans have been really crazy these past 2 days, and I'm glad to see that now we're getting back to Siege where you're not forced into anything. You can really have an open mind about what you want to bring.
And we've seen that. It's been really awesome to get some of the more outrageous bans that normally we wouldn't expect sprinkled in. It's been fun. Ollie, yourself?
Yeah, I'd echo that. It's been very refreshing. We've not seen a lot of the typical meta that we're used to seeing. We've not seen a lot of 20-second meta. It's been 20 seconds, but it's usually been at the start of the round. Yep. And I think that's just how explosive the siege has been. It's really opened up the floodgates for those rushes to be quite fruitful, and we've seen that on the attack. And I'm just excited now for 6 Invitational. I think you get a nice little teaser with these qualifiers, but it really is just an appetizer. It really is just a canapé at the start. I'm ready for the main course now, and I can't wait for February.
Oh, mate, it's going to be a big buffet of Siege. It'll be so explosive. It'll be like we've been eating TNT for breakfast. I can't wait for it to go off with a big old boom. But that is it for today, of course. The past 2 days have been bliss. If you're a Siege fan, go back, check the VODs. Both of the semi-finals were beautiful. MKERS' run, though, has been incredible. And it's outrageous. They have been unmatched throughout the past week. And hopefully we'll get to see more of that when we get to SI. Of course, we've got to give thanks, though, to Faceit and Ubisoft for putting this on and allowing us to be here and cover what has been a wonderful couple of days of Siege. It's been some of the biggest plays of the year condensed into such a short space of time, but we're out of time to talk about it. Of course, that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. If you've enjoyed it, let us know over on social media. Of course, hashtag 6Invitational. Give some love to both X and Demo that have guided you through the action over the past 2 days. But for all 3 of us, we are done. Thank you so much, and we will see you at SI.
Another broken plate, another called off date. We never seem to get it right. Another heart attack, words that we can't take back. We are the reason opposites attract. Once you slam the door on the second floor, I regret it all.